We need the cards.
No worries.
Thank you.
20 cards? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. It is 2:03. This is now the Matters by the Public portion of our meeting today. We have 20 cards. Everyone is allowed 3 minutes. You don't have to take all of your 3 minutes, but we do have 20 cards, which should put us about an hour of public comment.
Okay, we have Dr. Dion Roundtree, Mrs. Mary Lawrence Brahman, Mamie Kistner, and Michelle Brown. Keep going.
Come on up. We've got 2 podiums. You can take either one. Yep, we have 2 podiums.
Come on up.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners and mayor. My name is Mamie Kistner, and most of you I know. But just to give a little bit of background, I am the wife of the pastor of the historic Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Church. Thank you for acknowledging us, Commissioner Powell. We're 132 years. We were the first school for people of color in Palm Beach County. So we have been involved in this county, me and my husband, for over 30 years. I sit in the district of Commissioner Baxter in the West, but I'm involved, as you know, on many of the boards. I also sit on the state board, and I'm the first from Palm Beach County, not only the first, but first woman to represent Palm Beach County on the State Board of Faith and Community Initiatives. So I just left Tallahassee, just so you know, in a meeting regarding our county and how we are involved in our faith base and our community. And I just want you all to know that I'm here for several reasons today, but my primary reason is to first thank you for your public service. I know it's not easy. I've done elections for over 35 years in different states, so I know your job is very difficult. But we, in this climate that we have to be about unity. We have to be working together in order to change the climate. We are a multicultural community, which means that we have to be inclusive. And I don't care what anybody says, this county cannot operate, nor can this country operate without all of the talents that God has given us. Sister Baker, who is a deacon at our church, we're thrilled that not only does she represent us in this county for over 37, 38 years, but she represents this county when she is not on this dais. She's involved in this community, she's involved in her church, and she's shown the example of a woman, and the first African-American woman to hold this level of a job in this county, and I think she has been exceptional. Today, you saw many of our members of our church and members of this community here. And we're here to show the support because we are voters. And when we need to turn out, we will turn it out. And many of the elected officials for the last 30 years have seen that we turn out the vote when we need to turn out the vote. I would advise you to always remember, you are elected by the people for the people. And you may have your own personal opinions sometimes, but please listen to the people because the people are the reason why you sit there. Again, I want to thank you for your service. We're available to always work with you, but we are about unity and working for all of the people in this. And Virginia, we are proud of you. Continue to serve God and also continue to do and use the talents that God has given you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs?
Hi, Ms. Kaiser. I just want to thank you for keeping an eye on me all the time. I get your texts all the time, and I appreciate what you do for the community, but I especially appreciate you keeping an eye on me. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon again. Again, I am Mrs. Mary Lawrence Brown. Just to give you a little insight of who I am, you probably seen me on the TV and read different articles about me and how I try to move things for the good of everyone. See, some of the commissioners are shaking their heads. Commissioner Power, we laid footprints so that he can have that pathway. Over here, Ms. Freeman came under the administration of all the programs that Ms. Brown laid, that foundation with the Urban League, the XYEP, sending these kids off to college. And you all have done great, great, great. Faith Johnson, outlaw. Ms. Brown can go on and on and on and on. Attorney Mallory Cunningham. You see, this is what this community is about. When you really, really get to know us, you will become involved with us, and we are more help to you than we are enemies to you. My father, I am a pioneer of the Westwood expansion, Roosevelt Estates. In 1960, my father, who was a deacon of the church, it was a pastor, Reverend S.J. Lawrence, we were the first home builders that was built in that estate over there on 9th Street. So you see, Miss Bram have history all over this place here. It was nothing out in that Roosevelt Estates there, where Palm Beach Lakes is. Nothing but swamps, alligators, and crocodiles. My family live around all of that. And the church across the street from our one home, because my father served in the Army, and he was very skillful. He could read, he could write, he was a map reader. He navigated in the Army. So he was able to come back and invest in his community. So you see, as I stand here, this is exactly who I am here. And I come not to be offensive, but I come in love and in peace. And to get things done, I'm all about business. I'm all about business. But I heard some little gaps here, and I appreciate Marcia for making those comments as well too, because Ms. Brown was sitting back there too, and it was resonating with her when he made mention about Pahokee. It's depressed. That word depressed. That word there. It's always a word in every sentence and a paragraph that will captivate you. But it's up to you as a boy to make sure that it's equitable and equal to everyone. Because right now, everybody is struggling. So those were my comments. So I thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to apologize for raining on the parade in the last Miss Verdinia's tribute. I guess they called me up at the wrong time, and you can keep the book. Anyhow, I am back here because for the last 5 years or so, Palm Beach County Road and Bridge has been dumping dirt on the back of my property due to a permit that was issued legally, supposedly, by the building department. Like I said earlier, I live in an area that was platted in 1955, and over the last 5-6 years, I don't know how long it's going on now, they're starting to knock down houses, and unity of title has been rearranged. Where there was one house is now 3 houses, and the boundaries submitted to the building department don't seem to reflect the proper easements that were platted, and they're not being followed. Hence, because they've taken an easement on the south side of my property, I have a drainage running across 100 feet in the back and 200 feet on the side, which nobody ever seems to want to take care of. But when these new houses came in, they kind of expanded the boundaries on the south side of the ditch, did away with what was a drainage easement, and now the backyard of my 100 feet of property is being used as a dump for this ditch that never got really taken care of for 30 years. And I don't even know how they would have issued a permit because it's not really legal to issue a permit to fill the ditch and have an owner put a pipe in a drainage system. But the point of the story is that I think I have the right to use and enjoy my property. I think I have the right to due process. I think I have the right to compensation for property taken for a public purpose, and the right to relief or payment of compensation when a new law, rule, regulation, or ordinance of the state or political entity unfairly affects my property. The county has already admitted to what they've done, and
you.
I'd like to know how I get compensation.
Mr. Ricks, Ms. Carroll, would you please have conversation?
I've already
Thank you.
I've already had conversation with Mr. Ricks and Mrs. Carroll. They don't seem to have a solution.
Thank you.
We have Linda Smith, Jason Kimbrell, Jean Marie Naser, and Fane Lozman.
Jason Kimbrell, CEO of HCA Florida Palms West Hospital, representing a previous applicant for a secondary COPCN. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm coming to you today in hopes of support to adjust and correct an administrative error that we feel like was made following the February 11th approval of our secondary COPCN, which was clear in the opening statements that I presented before this commission that clearly stated that our application was representing HCA Florida Palm Beach County market, including JFK Hospital, JFK North, and the freestanding emergency rooms. We were clear throughout our application that our model was going to support your constituents in a way that was a network model, leveraging our transfer center to be able to dispatch ambulances to provide county-wide support. Currently, right now, the COPCN is limiting us to provide services only to our own hospital, which was nowhere discussed. We went back and reviewed every single element of public comment. My colleagues from JFK was here on the day of February 11th. It's not consistent with what was presented at the EMS Council and approved, and it definitely does not add value to the constituents. Every element, like I said, even my opening comments spoke about the network, and this model was going to be supporting that network. There's critical element of timing around this correction. Again, we feel like it's what your staff have approved for the language on the COPCN is not consistent with the legislative intent that was approved on February 11th. Honestly, it doesn't even pass the reasonableness test, and we don't feel like it is consistent with the pleasure of this commission as we go back and even watch the live comments that we had in place on February 11th. So, urging you all for your constituents to support and work with the administration to ensure the language on our secondary COPCN matches the legislative intent of this board on the day it was approved. Thank you so much.
I have Commissioner Flores and Vice Mayor Baxter.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I was a motion maker, and in no way, shape, or form did I approve anything or ask for anything beyond Palms West. The way that was presented to us, it was going to be 2 ambulances. I went along with it because I know that's what some of the other fellow commissioners wanted. But in no way, shape, or form was I approving HCA as a whole network with 2 ambulances with what they presented. So I just want to be clear about my intentions when I made that motion. And I don't like that you're coming back here before us trying to change things on up. I think you have much bigger problems to worry about than this license and getting all of the HCA network.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
So I had a completely different understanding at that meeting. So when we were discussing the HCA stuff, it was my understanding that you would have 2 ambulances, but those were more for high, let's say emergent You know, like, they need it now. Like, they can't wait the extra time it would take to get from point A. I guess I'm out of time. I'm just kidding. So, from point A to point B, and that you would fill in any gaps if necessary that maybe somebody else couldn't for those high demand situations. And I believe it was referenced at least once, if not more, that the HCA at Palms West would serve as a hub, but not be the only location that this was allowed at. Otherwise, why are we calling this, why would it be just HCA? And in everything, in every presentation, in every PowerPoint, it said HCA. It didn't say Palms West, because HCA is an entire network. Palms West is one hospital. So I guess I never understood that this to be just one hospital. I understood it to be a network, an HCA network. And I don't think that 2 ambulances would have to serve all HCA. Every hospital within the HCA network, could it not still use any of the other applicants that we approved to be a secondary COPCN?
Yes, ma'am. We would be absolutely dependent upon those. It's the higher acuity ones, and we even talked about it publicly.
That was the word I was looking for, sorry, high acuity. Go.
Yes, ma'am. And we would deploy them. We talked about it last time. One was going to be at JFK, one was going to be at Gardens, one was going to be at Palms West for these high acuity transports. God forbid a GYN emergency comes in and needs to go to a women's hospital. We would mobilize the ambulance at JFK, and same thing for the freestanding emergency rooms. It's absolutely dependent upon other COPCN providers to fill that other 85% of the gap.
Right, and so that was what I understood. So I don't know why we wouldn't want your hospital, the HCA network, including your hospital, to be able to provide emergent transportation, whether it's from just Palms West or another one. I would like to hear what my fellow commissioners took away from that meeting, but I never thought this was a Palms West thing. I always thought this was an HCA thing.
Right.
So thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I can't remember a lot of the discussion that day. There were a lot of people here. There may have been things said, but I have gone back. I asked for the full backup, the application. HCA Palms West has hired a David Arbona for this position, right? Or the medical director. That's your medical director, right?
We currently haven't secured that yet, but he's currently on the west coast of Florida right now. He would carry over and cover the east coast as well.
Well, everything that I have in the backup, it references Palm West. I mean, it's number of times, it's your name, it's his name, everything in here. I'm sorry if there was confusion on that, but I wasn't confused that day that it was Palms West. So at this point, I don't see where your request really has any validity, because your application in writing, what you submitted is Palms West.
Yes, ma'am. As the applicant, as the one that would be managing the ambulance service for the network. So
I don't see that in your backup, in the application that you are managing for the network. And all of your hospitals are separate. You each have a different CEO, you're separate under an umbrella. But are you authorized to speak for the other hospitals in any?
Yes, ma'am. They were here that day. Representatives from JFK was here giving examples of why it's so important to work as one network. The COO was here and presented an example of why it's so important to work as one network. We manage 180,000 ER visits a year. We know the need in the high acuity cases. We presented a scenario why the network is so critical. And throughout the application, we talk about how we're going to do that. In public comment, we made it clear that we're going to work as one network for the betterment and the safety of your constituents.
Well, it wasn't clear to me. I would agree with Commissioner Flores, although on that day, I think we added another 85 or so trucks to the COPCN, and it will change again in a few years. So in the next process, I think that would be the time to really make this abundantly clear what it is you're asking for. I wouldn't support expanding it at this time, because that was my understanding it was for Palms West.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kimbrell, who is Matthew Johnson?
He is the AVP over our transport division, so he would be the one that would be managing those assets operationally throughout the network.
Is he over transport for all HCA hospitals or Palms West?
So we deploy these same programs throughout the county, and so there's representatives like Mr. Johnson that facilitates certain regions, and he would be the one that would support our region for the Palm Beach County network for HCA transport.
I apologize for this. Maybe help me out here. So would he be for all HCA hospitals or for Palms West, or is he for a region? Is there another person that would act similarly at another hospital? I guess the question clearly stated is, would he be the coordinator for all of the Palms West hospitals?
In this county, for the ones for JFK, JFK North, us, and the freestanding, he would, from an organizational structure, he would be the one that it would report up. So we're hiring a local manager for the network, and they would roll up to Mr. Johnson.
Okay. It has been represented to me that staff looked at the application incorrectly. That's what was represented by an HCA representative to me. However, I'm looking at the backup, and in this backup, the application is from Palms West Hospital Limited Partnership, DBA HCA Florida Palms West, and throughout the application, there are several references to awarding HCA Florida Palms West a certificate of CPON. Is would ensure patients that receive timely transfers. So my question is, and my concern is, are you indicating that staff read your application incorrectly, or are you insisting that you may have not completely been accurate with the application as presented?
Yes, sir. So throughout the application, so we are the applicant. Palms West is the applicant, but throughout the application, we do mention about HCA Palm Beach County. Even in the cover letter, it mentions that. In my opening comments, in the presentation on the 11th of February, I even provided it to staff exactly what the comments were verbatim, and it mentions that the applicant, Palms West, is representing JFK, JFK North, and the freestanding emergency rooms. That's the value of our model, is to meet the high acuity transport needs of the network. These are your constituents and my neighbors, and it's throughout the entire process. We went back and watched all of the public comments and comments from this commission, and there was lengthy conversation around the network. The staff picked out maybe 1 and 2 interpretation around the fact that it's Palms West. For your constituents, I'm not sure why anyone would not want this in place to care for the high acuity types of cases.
Mr. Kimbrough, so here's my challenge. I want to be helpful, but the concern I have is we had a process where we had staff take a look at this, and we also had an outside group, an EMS council, look at the entire thing. And I don't know if there's anyone here representing the EMS council. The challenge is for me to think that staff spent an adequate amount of time on this, reading an application, and you're indicating conversation that was had, and my wife is not here, but she's a lawyer, and she looks at contracts and what's in writing. And sometimes a conversation is a little bit different than what's in writing. And I don't want to be disingenuous by stating that we had a conversation, that we may have believed something other than what's here in writing. I want to be supportive, and I'm empathetic to the issue. However, the backup that I have, which is the same backup that Commissioner Woodward has, which apparently is the same backup that Commissioner Flores has, does not indicate exactly what you're saying. So I would be supportive if we were to open this back up for everybody. But I don't think that's what we want to do, because we already moved forward with that process. And hey, you have another bite at the apple in 18 months. And we supported it as it was. And to be frank, we went with 5 applicants, which may or may not been too many. But today, although I want to be supportive, I support Commissioner Flores, and he was the motion maker. And maybe in 18 months, when this comes back, I can be supportive. And I don't mistrust staff's reading of this application because they had it much longer than we did. We had it for a few days. They had it for months, right? And they studied this, and then the EMS council looked at it. So I'm hard-pressed to ignore those recommendations. And as someone who works on technical, or used to work on technical things as a planner, I try to pay attention to what's in writing and what's in the backup and what's in the staff report and the staff analysis, the justification statement, the data, the documents, all the things that are presented before us. And unfortunately, you know, I haven't had time to go back and watch the entire meeting.
Yes, sir.
But fortunately, we have a handy-dandy packet which backs up everything that has been indicated. So for me, I would love to support, but I have what's in writing.
Yes, sir. And I'm on the EMS council. I was there. I had to abstain from the vote, but I was in the EMS council, and it was how it was approved and the discussion there. It was absolutely clear that it was a network model. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Weiss, then Commissioner Sachs, and then Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, so we're here at Matters by the Public right now, and what I'd like to suggest is, can we, because clearly there's something that needs, as far as I'm concerned, needs more vetting than sitting here during this meeting. Is it, maybe the recommendation is that we can have private conversations with representatives from the hospital, and maybe individually have somebody from public safety there, just because I need to understand, you know, I read what you said, Commissioner Powell, I read the same thing. I just wonder if there's a way to try and get to this, to wrap this whole thing up, but I don't want to hold everybody else up that's here to talk to us for 3 minutes while we try and sort this out today. So I'd like to just ask that we figure out a different way to talk about this, outside of, not violating sunshine, but a different way to talk about it so we can move forward with the rest of these folks here today.
You want a future agenda item?
I don't know if we put it on as an agenda item or we just put it on, I don't know if we're there yet. I think there needs more research on this to understand what the ramifications of everything. I don't understand why you can't just go pick people up. If you got a COPCN and you have an ambulance and your other hospital calls you, why you can't go get them?
Right.
I
Exactly.
don't understand that.
Okay, I have Commissioner
that's me.
Sachs and Vice Mayor Baxter. Would the attorney like to weigh in? But here's my question. The authority in charge is not on the paperwork. That's the bottom line, correct? The authority in charge is not on the paperwork. If they want it to be all of HCA, that's not who is on the paperwork, correct?
I would expect to see HCA or at least letters or affidavits from the other hospitals involved concurring and joining in the application.
And with that, there you have 2 ambulances that they have committed to this package, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We committed on that day for 3, and we were never asked to do exactly what Madam Attorney's asking to do. We can definitely do it.
Not the answer I was looking for, sorry. It's, the COP stands are very specific. Who the authoritative figure on them is also very specific.
The service area is very specific.
And you only representing one hospital, regardless of what you said, that they were here and you actually don't represent those other hospitals. So if this is going to be something that is for all of the different HCA hospitals in the area, it needs to be someone higher up the food chain. I apologize for being so blunt, but that is my take on this. We did approve, as it's here, Palms West, as the motion was made by Commissioner Flores, Palms West. There was a lot of discussion about what other facilities were going to be involved. But Palms West is what's on every piece of paper. If you want to expand it past Palms West, it's going to have to go higher up because there has to be better authorization than what we have now. I'm looking at our attorney. Did I say that accurately?
Yes, I would expect to see the paperwork reflect the joinder of the HCA or the other HCA hospitals, as well as a specific paragraph that discusses the service area, which may include more than just to and from Palms West.
Now, if we have this discussion and we open it up and amend the COPCN, what are we doing? What kind of liability do we put on ourselves?
It is complicated at this point in time to try to redo that. There are avenues that we could recommend if the majority of the board wants us to explore those.
Okay. This is not an agenda item. This is not the time we should be doing this. But kicking the can down the road is not something I really want to do. So I'm going to take the temperature of the board. Commissioner Sachs, your light is on. Do you want to add something briefly?
I like the term briefly. My question is this, and Ms. Kaufman, if I could have the attorney just stay with us for just a minute. In a legal setting, if there's an issue as to what occurred during a proceeding, whether it's a motion hearing or a trial, you could be a scrivener's error. Right. And what happens is you go back to the record. I don't have a record with me. I have certain issues or certain statements from the record that was presented by one side. The only side that I'm interested in is what was said here. What was your petition? What was said here? What is noted by the clerk of the county commission? Based on that, why don't you all take a look at it from your side, present it to us, and then it can be placed on the agenda. Because until then, I don't really know. I like you, it's fine, but I can't say that that's exactly what the petition was, what the discussion was, and we have everything's transcribed, right, Miss Attorney?
Yes, but I would
Right.
also point out that this is a very convoluted process, because when you file your application, then staff has to do research and compile data based on that application. And it is that information that is then taken to the EMS Council. So if the application is not just Palms West, it's something different, then truly staff should be doing something different as far as their investigation of the need, because remember, COPCNs are based on need. So
What was on his application? Sir, what
Palms
was
West.
on your application?
Staff feels like it was specific
No,
to.
sir, I'm asking you, not staff.
Yeah,
You, what was on the application for your client, for your?
Yes, ma'am. It was zero intent within the application as
Sir,
we
what-
put it
and I don't
for
care
the
about your
network.
intent. What
Network.
was on the application?
For the network.
I
ma'am.
don't see the word network anywhere.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so whatever was on the application is what we considered and what the motion was based on, and that's what it is, what it is. If you'd like to change your application, more than welcome to. I think we're going to review it again in a little bit, 18 months or 12 months or whatever it is. But in the meantime, you applied for something, staff reviewed it, we considered it, it was moved into the record, and it was approved. And that's what it is, right, Ms. Kaufman?
yes, one other point, I will remind the board that you all gave staff direction to perhaps come up with a way for hospitals to be able to move forward in a different way. So that may also come back to the board before the 18 months.
Okay, and you're welcome to do that, okay?
Yes, ma'am. On the
Thank
cover
you for
sheet, it
thinking
says
that.
for HCA in Palm Beach County on the cover sheet for the application. Thank you.
Okay.
I did had some more lights on. Is this discussion closed? Would you like to say anything, Vice Mayor? And then Commissioner Flores, your light's on also.
No, I hear my board and I see the tabs and it's pointed out. And I do see what's been highlighted. I would like to recognize on tab number 5. It's actually from HCA Florida JFK Hospital. So that the idea that the letters or that we didn't have supporting documentation that they believe they would be a participant in this. It says it all by who wrote the letter. But, obviously, I've heard the board. I respect your opinions. I guess maybe I do remember the conversations we had that day when they were here, and I was very specific in the questions that I asked because I didn't think it would make much sense for this to be stuck at one. I do agree with staff. I will say, I forget your last name, but Mr. Jason. Kimbrell. That it does say your exact full legal name of the agency is Palms West Hospital Limited Partnership. So there is some, if you want to answer that, I don't know how then we leap to HCA Network.
Yeah, I think that's where the confusion is, because we're not an elite or an AMR. We were the applicant for the COPCN that was providing services to the network. So that's where the confusion is. We're the applicant. We're going to be manning the base of operations. They're going to deploy out of our hospital. But that's the confusion, I feel like, is we were the applicant. But it was clear throughout all of the public comment and in writing that it was for the network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do want to make one reference to the letter that Vice Mayor Baxter was referencing. Everything in this letter only indicates HCA Florida Palms West. Even though it was from JFK, everything in this support letter, it's HCA Florida Palms West Hospital's COPCN application. So whether it's a Scribner's error or whatever, I don't believe it is a Scribner's error. In 18 months, you can revisit this. If there's anything that comes sooner than that for hospitals, we can revisit it then. But I think the clarity of what is here indicates HCA Palms West, no more, no less. Commissioner Flores, I'm sorry I took the floor.
No, I just wanted to bring that particular letter where it says not only enhance service for its patients, it doesn't say our patients. He is writing a letter of recommendation to his fellow CEO, supporting his endeavor to do his thing for his patients. And I read the motion into the record, and what I read into the record was Palms West Hospital Limited Partnership. That's what was in all of the applications, that's what in all the supporting paperwork. Whether the network piece was out there in the I don't know where, because that was never explained to us. What we approved was Palms West. So that was my motion. That's the motion that I read into the record, and I hope that that's what we were considering here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Kimbrell, you've probably heard what we've all said.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who is next on our... Ms. Smith, how are you today?
Linda Smith, Sierra Club, Jupiter, Florida. I want to thank Ms. Baker for 37 years of service. Trust me, once you're retired, you're going to be busier than ever. Standing up here, maybe. I don't know. I also want to thank all the commissioners for your continued support for our conservation lands and county parks. The last meeting on Milani Park almost gave me a heart attack, but thank you for standing strong. I believe this is Flood Awareness Week. Not 100% sure of that. And I would like to suggest pursuing a reduction in the county's carbon emissions and to help mitigate the sea level rise. I know that's a big ask. But I want you to save money by embracing the 4 R's. It doesn't cost any money to refuse, to reduce, to repurpose, and to recycle. Well, maybe a little bit to repurpose if you have to fix something. But it's all very, very low cost, low-hanging fruit. Small steps by individuals help, but can't do it alone. You have the ability to pass resolutions and even better ordinances like Boca Raton, Coral Gables, Gainesville, and you are much more effective at the bully pulpit than I am here, obviously, through your newsletters and your commissioner comments and all that. So I'm just asking for a little support. There is a term that is often used but is always seemingly misunderstood, which is zero waste. This term is a goal. One of the goals of the Highway Department is 0 fatalities. They know they won't achieve it, but by installing guardrails, they do reduce fatalities. Sierra Club is looking to you to provide guardrails, a framework to reduce our solid waste going forward. I've seen articles in county newsletters about backyard composting, which is great, but I'm asking for an implementation of a county commercial system for composting. We would all benefit from a waste reduction plan and also commercial recycling. None of this necessarily has to be mandatory. It can be just supported. As you know, Miami has recently had an incinerator fire, and Miami is in a pickle. They are. They didn't have a plan B. They are in an emergency situation. I get that. But there, by the grace of God, go I. We need a plan B. We need to reduce our solid waste and provide for an alternative location outside of Palm Beach in case our own disaster might occur. I suggest looking at Philadelphia's municipal waste management plan with a population of 1.5 million, just like Palm Beach County. They have tackled the problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. I just want to start off by saying when we know better, we do better. First, do no harm. Those are all words we're familiar with. You all have the opportunity to take into consideration new scientific evidence of the harms of water fluoridation that has come apparent. This was something that your predecessors passed in 2004, and we are being medicated through our water for prophylactic dental health reasons. Unfortunately, there is new evidence that suggests that there is harm to children, especially vulnerable infants, children in the womb, who are exposed to fluoride levels, with the most recent studies by one of our own University of Florida, Dr. Mallon, concluding a study from last year from Los Angeles, prenatal fluoride exposure was associated with increased neurobehavioral problems. And I'm so glad from the previous speaker, you all are into technicalities and reading. I've sent you the 80-page document of the judge's ruling of the federal court case on this. I encourage you all to read it. There's also deposition videos I sent you from CDC for this case. And the CDC agrees that it is apparent that fluorides have the ability to interfere with the functions of the brain and the body by direct and indirect means. The CDC expert admitted that there was no data for the tolerable upper fluoride intake neurotoxic effects on toddlers and infants. This is something that unfortunately is in your hands. I don't believe it should be in your hands. I believe we all, no matter what your education, what your background, what your knowledge, you have the ability, ought to have the ability to decide what you put in your own body. You should know the risks, you should know the benefits, and at the end of the day, it's your decision what goes in your body. But we don't have that choice right now because you're medicating us mass through the water system. And I just want to say that this court found, this is a federal judge ruling, that fluoridation of water at 0.7 milligrams per liter is presently considered the optimal levels in the United States, poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. So this is what the judge found after interviewing, deposing, and you have those videos in your emails, expert witnesses, okay, at the EPA federal level. This is a little graph I made. I'll make you an Excel version, but this is the data of the past year of our fluoride levels in our water. Every single month, for every water treatment plant for the last year, it is over the 0.7 milligrams per liter. So if we cannot control at the county the exact limits, you have to compound that with the additional exposures of fluoride in toothpaste, in mouthwash, etc. And that's what the National Toxicology Program warned in their paper. The experts at the federal level said we do not know what each individual is getting and the compounded risks from the sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's up next?
We had Fane Lozman and Dr. Dion Roundtree from earlier. I will also add Hope Mucklaw, Steve Beeson, Cindy Falco Di Corrado, and Carl Vigilante.
Good afternoon, Fane Lozman, Singer Island. Congratulations, Mayor, on your appointment. For the 19 years I've been coming to these meetings, I always congratulate the mayor and ask them to review the rules of decorum, which are violative of the First Amendment. The other thing you may want to consider is members of the public who came today have to get back to work. And when you're going to get a lengthy debate, more than a minute or two, I agree with Mr. Weiss, the historical precedent for matters by the public. If something's going to run long, put it on the next today's agenda. Mr. Powell, what are you doing here? The road to the U.S. Congress, you make a left out of Tallahassee, not a right coming back down here. I'm going to give you a map 4 years from now so you don't lose your way. My main reason coming here is very simple. Ms. Baker is going to be leaving. She's done a wonderful job. I think there's only 2 people qualified to take her job, and that's somebody that came through the Bob Weitzman system and then also worked under her. So my suggestion is not go outside. I know that Bruzzo wants it and some other people want it, but I think that would just be a stepping stone to higher office. My recommendation, I've only met these men in these chambers, I've never met them anywhere else, would be to have Mr. Rutter or Mr. Bolaran. I have a hard time pronouncing his name, but have one of those 2 gentlemen. They should be the finalists. It's not a political appointment. It's somebody who's worked for the county for over 20 years. Both of those gentlemen have, and that would be my suggestion. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Lozman. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Beeson, and I'm here today to propose an exciting new health initiative for Palm Beach County. As some of you may know, depression is on the rise. Studies show that antidepressants can help. They improve mood and alleviate anxiety. That's why, to combat depression in our county, I recommend that we add antidepressants to the public water supply. Studies say they're safe and effective, and by using the water supply to disperse them, we can be assured that everyone will benefit from their effects. Sure, some might not want it, some might not need it, others might be concerned about side effects, but shouldn't we prioritize mental health above all else? Of course not, because medicating an entire population without consent or regard for individual health needs would be absurd, and yet we do precisely that with water fluoridation. In Palm Beach County, fluoride, or fluorosilicic acid, is added to the water not to make it safer, but to treat tooth decay. The FDA classifies it as a drug, yet we administer it without dosage control, informed consent, or consideration of individual health risks. If a doctor did this, it would be considered malpractice. So today, I'm not here to debate the science, though I could discuss the pending lawsuit against the EPA, Florida's governor, and Surgeon General's warnings against water fluoridation, or the numerous studies linking fluoride to neurotoxicity. But I'm not a doctor nor a scientist. I'm a husband, father, and proud resident of this county here to talk about ethics and medical freedom. The forced fluoridation of water public supplies isn't just unethical, it's also a civil rights issue. Many of our community's lower income residents cannot afford alternatives like bottled water or expensive filtration systems to remove the additive, so they're left with no choice but to consume fluoridated water. That's why organizations like LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, and civil rights leaders like Andrew Young, former mayor of Atlanta, and Reverend Dr. Bernice King, the daughter of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, have called for an end to water fluoridation. In fact, most counties in Florida already, almost 60%, do not add fluoride to the water. Since 2023, 27 municipalities in our state, including our neighbors in Stewart, Port St. Lucie, and Fort Pierce, have ended water fluoridation. Part of a growing global shift as more governments reconsider this outdated practice. Our great county of Palm Beach has the opportunity to join the growing movement for medical freedom and to bring this issue to a vote. Our residents deserve pure, clean water and nothing more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Hope Munklow from Boca Raton. I don't have the big flowery statements. I could go and bore you with more statistics and studies.
Could you pull the mic a
Sure.
little
Is that
closer
better?
or speak a little louder?
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make it pure and simple. I'm just here to support all the people that are just asking for you all to reconsider why we're putting fluoride in our water and to please consider taking it out because it is of concern. It is an outdated practice. Most developed countries aren't using this anymore, and it's not really, you know, just what this gentleman just said. I'm here to support him and the other individuals that are behind getting us to reconsider why do we put fluoride in the water, and let's follow the counties that have stopped doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Administrator Baker, didn't we, or I actually give direction for, this is going to come back already, is it not? Do we have a date when that will be on an agenda?
I was just asking Mr. Bunn-Lauren, what date are we scheduling this?
We are working towards the May workshop date to do that presentation back to the BCC.
Is that the 27th?
It's the excuse me for a moment, 20th.
May 20th?
May 20th.
Okay,
That's what we're shooting for.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that bit of information, but I did want to give you some information that are factual so that when you're making your decisions and you're having a discussion in May, that you will also take this into consideration. Florida Statute 381.026, the Florida Patent Bill of Rights, and 859.01, poisoning of food and water render legal liability to officials. As Florida State Surgeon General Ladapo, I'm sorry if I'm not saying his name correctly, states fluoridating the water is public health malpractice. Adding an industrial waste neurotoxin that is also rat poisoning to our drinking water is criminal. World leaders accused of using chemical poisons against their own people have been removed from the power by U.S. armed forces. Fluoride combined over time with arsenic, lead, pesticides, CO, microwave radiation, and other hazard injuries all people. It injures everyone. They've been passing this off for a very long time as to make your teeth strong, and it doesn't. It's a lie. Thus, we ask the Palm Beach County officials to halt the fluoridation at once. By the way, isn't that what Hitler did to the Jews? Think about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Powell, your light is on.
Maybe the administrator can help me. Is the county still adding chlorine to water? Chlorine.
Chlorine.
Is that still in drinking water as well?
I want to say yes when it's time to flush,
No, it's
to make
always in
sure that we're delivering clean water.
We do, and we send out ample notices.
Notice, yeah.
We do that
I know a little bit.
so that they're well aware, but that's one of the ways that we make sure that our system's clean for all that does.
Thank you. As far as the workshop, I want to make sure that we do give direction that we have ample experts who suggest fluoride and who don't suggest fluoride, as well as looking at the idea of chlorine and everything that's put in our water. I didn't think a conversation about water would lead to references of Hitler. That was a bit much. But I would like to make sure that when we study this, we are transparent, and the people who come before us are talking about the science. And I can tell you that I was in Tallahassee, and this is a longer conversation for another day, but let's
May
just make
20th.
sure we're doing what's right. Thank you.
May 20th. Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it time to talk?
Sir, go right ahead.
Thank you for being here. So I'm Carl Vigilante, and I live in Palm Beach Gardens, and I'm a former nurse, and I oppose putting medications in our public water because of its lack of informed consent. So fluoride is the only drug added to public water. They do put chlorine and other things to clean the water, but fluoride is not used for that, to make the water safe. And this is my opinion, in delivering medicine through the public water supply, I feel it's unethical because it removes the individual's right to informed consent to medical treatment. Water's necessary for life. We all get thirsty, so we can't get around it by not drinking. And not drinking it's not an option. And because it's in just about everything we drink and eat, it's kind of impossible to avoid. The public generally is unaware when they are getting fluoride and if the water is fluoridated. It's nearly impossible to monitor when you're ingesting fluoride or how much you're getting because there are so many possible sources of fluoride. It's in the tap water, If it's fluoridated, it's in the public water, like public water fountains. It's at the restaurants. It could be in the coffee, the tea, soups, the foods that they make. Anything that's cooked or grown in fluoridated water might have fluoride in it. I don't even know. It could be in, I suppose, sodas, juices, sports drinks. I don't know where they get their water. And it was mentioned before, in probably most toothpaste, there's fluoride in most toothpaste, and there is a label on toothpaste that say if for kids under 6, if they swallow more than they normally brush with, to call poison control, so it is considered a poison. So mainly, kind of as a former nurse, I kind of know the importance of when I've given medications, given drugs, you know, I tried to give the correct dose of the medication. I tried to consider the person's weight, their size, whether an adult, whether they're a child. And I've talked to them about what the side effects could be and watched out for them. I also knew their health status. If they had kidneys that weren't working so well, fluoride might not be so good for them. Or if they're on fluoride-based medications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ansley Tilley, David Arnone, Brandy Walker, and Sam Cinteron.
Good afternoon. My name is Ansley Tilley, and I stand before you today as both a resident and business owner in Palm Beach County, someone who is fully vested in this community. I'm also a licensed civil engineer and have worked in both municipal and state government, so I understand the challenges of managing public operations, capital spending, and resident expectations. But I also know what effective governance, transparency, and community engagement looks like. And sadly, the folks who I'm here with today have not experienced this. Our community believed we had a partnership with the county in addressing the growing traffic issues along Lyons Road, 47th Place, and Polo Road. But instead of real collaboration, we've been met with empty gestures, followed by silence. When we expected the county to engage as promised and as discussed, this lack of communication directly undermines the very mission and values Palm Beach County promotes on its website and through all of your conversations with residents in person. Transparency, responsiveness, accountability, and partnership with residents. We've repeatedly raised serious safety concerns, not just for drivers, but for children and pedestrians notably. We've also brought thoughtful, permanent solutions that align with the West Lake Worth Road Neighborhood Plan adopted under your resolution R 2009-0018, a plan funded by the taxpayers to ensure safe, community-driven development. But that vision seems to stop once these communities are approved. Instead, we were given unsightly and ineffective flexible delineator poles, FDPs, a so-called solution that fails to meet county standards, does nothing to improve the safety that we have of the concerns we have brought up, and violates the very vision you adopted for this area. If a developer had proposed them, they would have been denied, yet here they are installed next to our community. Our community didn't just bring complaints, we brought solutions, including options that were low cost or even no cost to implement. Many of us, including myself, have offered our own professional expertise at no charge to help find a better solution, and we've been ignored. Even more troubling, the county's own traffic engineering guidance, the traffic striping typicals on your website make no allowance for FDPs in the manner that they were installed. So why are they here? Commissioners, I want to be very transparent. This is my first time speaking as a constituent before a board or commission. I am very well versed in speaking before you as a staff member, as an advisor, both at the local and state level. So it pains me to have to be here as a constituent before you. I know how hard your staff works. They work very hard, and they work hard for the public. But I couldn't stay silent this time. Residents and business owners deserve a government that listens, collaborates, and follows its own standards. When I worked in municipal government, I made it my responsibility to communicate openly with residents and help solve their problems that they brought forward, because the last place a resident should have to be is standing here in front of you, taking time off work or telling their children they'll be late picking them up from school. Why? Because no one would listen. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Baxter?
Before you sit down, I had a question, if you don't mind.
And no clapping, please.
You had mentioned there were low-cost or no-cost solutions that were offered that weren't
Yes, ma'am.
followed through on. What would that include?
I actually had a meeting with the school, with the 2 policemen there. I offered multiple operational changes within the school that would... Such as changes in routing through and to the school, such as changes in how dismissal might be able to be changed.
And just to be clear, we have zero influence over the school board.
I recognize that, which is why we have sought information and tried to help on multiple levels, both the school board, the county, and the police department. And every time we speak with you all, you point to each other. So we are looking for solution. Thank you.
What other, you said multiple, so what other solutions other than traffic flow? What can the county affect that hasn't been taken up on, that has been presented?
So it's a county road. So the responsibility of the traffic operations lies between the county and the Palm Beach.
I'm not talking about responsibility. What solutions did you offer?
Okay, so very similar to what has been recently done on Sainsbury's, north of Okeechobee. You have a raised curb that splits between the bike lane and the traffic lane. That was recently implemented. It's very successful. Everyone seems to be really proud of it. We've also,
I believe that's that's actually the line between District 2 and District 6, but you said low to no cost. Curbing, concrete, all of that is very expensive.
Curbing for an estimated 880 linear feet is roughly about $2,000 per linear foot. I work in construction and civil engineering, so something I do often.
Unfortunately, county costs do not always equal private sector costs. Administrator Baker, would you mind, have we looked at that or gotten any pricing?
I know that staff has worked with District 5 along with the community. I assume that we put things in place to help separate. Part of it is when we approve the actual drop-off areas for a school, they look at it, they look at the stacking, and come up with the school comes up with a plan. We approve it. But the schools don't always stick with those plans because you can stack more cars, they don't have to back out into the roadway. But in addition to that, we also rely upon parents not pulling off to the side and letting kids off or stopping in places they shouldn't. That's dangerous, and the kids get out. I know that staff ended up putting in some strips in order to kind of guide. But I just heard that they don't like the appearance
Well,
of
it's not
them.
that we don't like them. One, they're inconsistent with what you've approved previously. Two, they are not separating actually the path of travel for a pedestrian and a driver. They actually push the pedestrian further into the street because they're separating the grass swale from the road.
Okay, I'm going to let my county engineer address this. I know that we have been attempting to work with the community.
Well, and that was kind of what I was getting at, recognizing there's some safety issues. I mean, we didn't approve anything. We have been trying endlessly to come up with solutions that are not a huge burden on taxpayers, that would put children at less danger, even though that isn't our purview. I mean, the school board, this is their purview, this is their drop-off lane, this is what should be handled, and trying not to pass the buck to another entity, another organization, but trying to also work in partnership with them to come up with real solutions so children are not in danger. And I believe the white posts or whatnot, you said that, I mean, no one approved those. That was a low-cost solution that we could try to do to help you out. But at the same time, it isn't, we don't go around the county and point at areas where we're adding curbing.
I don't want to either.
So
right?
what
I don't
is
want
the
to add the
solution that
cost
you're
either.
suggesting that you think we could do that we're not doing?
So if you go back and you look at the original plan for that road, there was an original plan to expand it. And the comprehensive plan showed that it would run through and east into what is now the fields, that is now a gated community. So that plan no longer is able to be carried forward unless you're going to impose upon the fields. So the plan that was approved for that road is no longer even feasible and makes zero sense in its location. So our estimate would be that typically in your planned unit development discussions that you would have had with the fields, any changes that would have been required to accommodate what is no longer necessary would have been changed, whether it was creating median down the center of that road to create traffic calming opportunities, whether it was removing the turn lanes into a community that only has 90 homes. There were many opportunities. And so I think what we're seeing here is a series of activities that have just kind of been missed over time. And now we're in a situation that's beyond the school board's purview according to them because it's outside of the school fence line.
And I heard a lot of what could have happened and should have happened, but not a lot of suggestions.
You can put a
But-
median in, you can put a curb in, you can put a raised concrete
Mr. Ricks,
elevation.
have we looked at this?
Well, the raised curb is doable, but as there, like Ms. Baker said, there's a cost, and we've estimated about $100,000. Do separated bike lanes is a little more expensive. And so what you almost have to do is almost do a retrofit of that whole street, which requires conversation with the school board also, looking at what is the long-term solution in terms of traffic management. There's definitely a partnership with the schools in terms of how they, bring the students in, take them out, so that they can process the kids faster, so you don't have the traffic backup. There is an issue in terms of people using that wide area on the road for basically, making turning circles. And so that requires a retrofit of the whole corridor in terms of the lane. And so there's no quick fix solution. We put the plastic barriers because we had a conversation with the school with Ms. Baker and the school superintendent and looking at what can we do immediately to see if there is a potential positive effect.
Mr. Ricks, has that helped in other areas?
Yes, it has.
Those plastic barriers, so that's why we were trying it here?
That's correct. And so it's a low-cost solution, and we took it upon ourselves to pay for ourselves. And if that does provide a good solution, maybe a long-term solution, maybe curbing some other things. But that was immediate that we could do. We did it within.
And I appreciate that. So also, Mr. Ricks, the 100,000 that you were referencing, what did that entail? What does that cover?
Well, the 100,000 is really put curbing instead of, right now you have a swale and you have the road and you have the grass. There's no raised curb. To put a raised curb along a certain section of that, it's about $100,000. And that needs to have a conversation with the school to help so they can participate in that cost, because it's really a joint partnership in terms of the traffic challenges that we have in that area. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions, Vice Mayor. Miss?
Hi, my name is Brandy Walker. I concur with everything that Ainsley Tilley just read out to you. I'm here again to say the same things I said to you all at the October 8th Matters of the Public. As you've been previously informed, we've had multiple points of failure in the design of the intersection. Like Ainsley said, it's been multiple things missed due to things not being able to come to fruition because there's another gated community. They've been left unaddressed. We've been left with temporary, ineffective, unsightly stopgaps that need to be taken seriously for resolution before it ends in tragedy, litigation, or both. We were told we needed to prove that these temporary solutions, meaning the white poles, don't work before we can move on to another solution, which we've done with video proof of the white poles being removed, of them being skirted around. What other proof is needed? Is it another tragedy like what happened at Woodlands Middle, where we lost the life of a child due to the chaotic driving, the poorly followed traffic patterns? All of the solutions that we've presented to the Vice Mayor's office and the Traffic Engineering Division, they're currently implemented all across Palm Beach County. We showed you all a video on October 8th of a child being almost run off his bike in front of my car, and everybody was very taken aback by it. We're not allowed to show that again here today because we're told the child is a minor, so I'm not sure what the difference is between today and the October 8th meeting, but I'm sure I don't have to remind you of the tragic death that happened at Woodlands on January 30th. Even that horrific event did nothing to prompt action from the county to address our life safety issues, nor did our petition that we submitted at October 8th with 184 signatures as a call to action. The board previously expressed their support at the October 8th meeting for the Vice Mayor to address and resolve the issues. Unfortunately, all communication by the Vice Mayor's office has ceased since February 12th. We have in many emails bullet pointed out all the solutions that we were working on with you. We've come in person to meetings. The principal of the high school has been in the meetings. Joanna Keller has been in the meetings. We have spent so much of our own time dedicated to the collaboration. We've been kind, we've been patient, we've been respectful, and now we're met with silence. So I'm not sure what other proof we need. Those white poles are now so close together, they form a wall. So when you pull out of our community, they are the same height as a child on a bike. Those white poles are installed a quarter into the bike lane. So now if anybody wants to ride a bike, don't do it there, because those white poles now take up a portion of the bike lane. So we've actually created another safety hazard by installing those poles. So please tell me what the communication process is for you to respond to residents, and if it's acceptable by the board to have these life safety concerns being ignored. Since February 12th, we thought we had a collaborative relationship with the Vice Mayor's office and the staff, who had been very helpful. We thought we were getting somewhere. And as of February 12th, we have gotten nowhere except.
Vice Mayor?
To be clear, we went back and forth quite a bit, and we reached a point where we got a cost of $100,000, and I can't singly approve or disapprove $100,000. That takes collaboration with this board, potentially working with the school board district for the safety of children to do that and see where that goes. It had just reached a point where we had done everything we could at low cost or no cost to try to mitigate these. And every time we turned around, it seemed to not appease or help the situation. So now we're at a point where this board at some point will have to decide if we're willing to spend dollars to put in curbs for your one neighborhood. And I understand the safety and the emergency impacts of that, and I'm always going to err towards helping children. But I do also believe that the school board should need to take some responsibility in this, and that it shouldn't just rely on just our board. And I'd love to hear what the administrator has to say in regards to spending dollars on curbing in this particular area.
Kids and seniors are my favorite, so they play a big role. I have spoken and received information from Mr. Ricks as well as Ms. Joanne. And so we'll look at it. However, it is something that we just don't have a pot of money sitting around waiting to expend. I did speak with Zoom with the school district. They should be sharing in some of this cost. One of the things that I believe we should go back to, we used to do this a long time ago, is work with the school district when they're citing schools. Because we're looking at the traffic. They're looking at, I got a piece of land big enough to site a school on, and they cite the school. We have to make sure we're coordinating those efforts so that roadways are done properly, entrances are done properly, sidewalks are put in, so kids are not getting their feet wet and staying wet all day, pet peeve of mine. But we have to address those issues. So I will go back to my staff. I'm going to go out myself to look at the site and bring the school district to the table, because we do need to work together. We're all limited in funding, but we need to make sure our kids are safe. So I will take that on and speak with the superintendent and work with staff.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
As do I.
Bless you. Good afternoon. My name is David Arnone. I agree with everything that both Ansley and Brandy said. I was also here on October 8th during our meeting. I'm disappointed in this whole process. We came to you with a problem, and we felt like we had a partner. And for the beginning, we really did feel that way, but then the whole office just dropped away. Like communication completely stopped. And I don't understand how that could happen. We raised a safety concern, not an aesthetic concern. I'm an airline pilot. Safety is extremely important. February has proved that safety is extremely number one priority in aviation. Cost does not play a factor in this. And I understand that cost plays a factor in here, I get it. But poles don't save lives. I almost hit 2 kids this morning pulling out of my community because I could not see them. Those poles are a wall. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the county didn't pay for them. It's something that the school paid for. So my question is, what has the county done to solve this problem, other than pass the buck over to the school? And I agree, it should be a collaboration. I completely understand that, and I expect that. But what has been done? I don't feel like the communication has been there. At first it was, you told us what happened, and then it was gone. The cost of $100,000, I didn't hear about this until now. Why couldn't we have been notified about that? And then how many more tragedies do we have to see in order for this to actually be important enough to take care of it? There's solutions that do cost money, I agree, that the county has implemented on Lyons Road, just north of, I forget the crossroad. It's Forest Hills. It's curvature, but not the entire thing is curved. The swell is still there, but it's just cutouts of cement blocks. So maybe that's a little bit cheaper. I don't know. Maybe Dave Rick can talk about that. But if there's another solution that may not be $100,000, but maybe a little bit cheaper, can we maybe look at that? Because that will help with their the problem that we're having, and it also may help with the drainage. So if that could be addressed.
I'm sorry. This is not a question and answer period.
Okay.
And it's not, and for the commissioners to ask
I
questions
understand.
is sort of, a unique position. But you've gotten a commitment from Ms. Baker. You've gotten a commitment from Mr. Ricks.
Okay.
You've gotten a commitment from the Vice Mayor's office to all work with you.
Okay.
And so going forward, I think that's what you'll see.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, did you have a comment?
No, I just want to ask, what school are we talking in regards? Did I miss that?
It's the Andalusia community.
What is it?
Garcia.
Jose Garcia.
Got it.
New high school. Mr. Citron.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm, as you know, many of you, I've been a member of the Sierra Club environment, and recently I've been active in the RFK campaign. I've been involved with him since the beginning. One of the reasons was his stance on the environment. And one of the things now is fluoride. We have to take our stand, take our stand on fluoride. And I've volunteered to help with the coordination, to help coordinate efforts with municipalities in regards to reducing fluoride. I don't see why we can't use toothpaste instead of fluoride. I don't drink the water. Thank you. I don't need the fluoride. I use the water with reverse osmosis. I don't need fluoride. Recently, Kennedy has claimed that water fluoridation at U.S. levels is associated with numerous health issues, including cancer. You have Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo has recommended against fluoride in the community water supplies. So there is some people who are well informed on the issues, and a lot of municipalities don't have fluoride. So I think we should take a stance and seriously consider water supply getting rid of fluoride. Thank you.
Okay, we have 4 more cards. Ray McGuire, Anastasia Colas, Alexandria Larson, and Lisa Cantrell.
This is an experience. Thank you. I live in Penn Park in Jupiter.
Please state your name for the record.
Penn Park in Jupiter, and it's a recent paving project they did up there resulted in a mess. And I'm wondering why. I've talked to Mr. because they got a ridge in a road. Every time I back out of my driveway, I hit that with a car. I feel like you're running over a dead body. And I tried to correct it. Mr. Hoffman tried to correct it and it didn't work. So he asked for pictures. So I sent pictures. Because that ridge holds water along the whole road. Doesn't run off like it should. A normal runoff for roads. And it's so high, a lot of the edges are breaking off, going into the lots. And the lines are not straight. They go different directions. It's just sloppy work, is what I'm saying. They're left behind their permit board. Nobody cares. That's all I'm concerned about. It's not, to me, it's a waste of taxpayers' money to send people out there to do something like this and end up with, really, it looks like terrible. That's all I'm concerned about. Nobody seems to want to come out and take the permit board away. It's going to stay there rot. That's not very attractive, and so aren't these lines in the road. They're supposed to be there to help people, not to go in different directions. I don't know what else I can say, but something should be done about correcting a lot of this workmanship up there in Jupiter. It's not that much, I don't think, but why can't we do it? That's all I ask. I'll leave these behind. You can look at the picture and read what else I've got to say about it. I'm not going to waste your time any more of that. Thank you. Where can I leave this?
You can leave them right here. Thank you.
Oh. I brought paperwork with me for everyone to look at.
You can hand it to Erin, and she'll pass it out.
Okay. I was just gonna pass it out.
No, yeah, Erin will pass it out.
Okay. 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 Is there anyone who can go with me and watch? 'Cause I heard something bad happen. No, I'm gonna go up here, but you can see him in the back. Oh, okay. Where's she going? Do I have enough? That's the last time.
If you would like to state your name and address for the record, we can get started.
Okay, all right. It's for them to look at while I speak.
Go ahead and get started, please. Let's call the next person and we'll let her get settled.
If Alexandria Larson, Lisa Cantrell, or Sharon Waite would like to go ahead while the paperwork is being settled.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lisa Cantrell, and I was a former resident of Jupiter, Florida. I worked for HCA as a staff nurse approximately from 2003 until 2012. I still, was a member and Florida resident, RN for many years. I've been an RN for almost 40 years. As far as the workforce housing development and the funding that's available to the actual workforce, that RNs are not considered first responders as far as loans or access to bonds or money or housing. Even though most of, like Jupiter Medical Center, I worked at JFK Medical Center for many years, and the money that we make as RNs or as nurses' aides, we work very hard for that money. And we're being forced to care for many, many patients with very little help. And if you don't meet the staffing ratios to take care of the population, that affects all of our elderly and affects our children, our families, our homes. If we don't have access to affordable housing for the workforce that's providing that care, you've undermined the working class. If the bonds and the money and the loans are going to HCA as a corporation and not to the individual homeowners or nurses. In other words, all these bond monies that are going for workforce housing development, are they really going for the working class that are actually working to support like HCA and working at these hospitals? No. Does that make any sense? Do you understand what I'm saying or no?
Again, this is not a question and answer, and the bonds are the bonds are vetted, and they're going to projects that house folks that are in need, that are affordable or workforce. So that's all I'm going to say on the subject.
Okay, well, 120% below the area median income are not RNs working at hospitals. They are not RNs or CNAs or housekeepers. Most of us are not in 100% below the area median income. Okay, so workforce housing development, are you supporting the workforce? That's all.
It's not below, it's at or below 120%?
All right, so at or below, but that's still not the working class. Most of us are making, between anywhere from $30,000 minimum wage at most of the area hospitals, including Good Samaritan, Jupiter Medical Center, JFK, Palms West. Okay, most of us are making, even as RNs, and I was there working in the HA system for many, many years. We're falling between anywhere from $15 or $20 an hour. The majority, more than 80% of those people working force, okay, are making anywhere between $15 and less than $100,000 a year. So all these loans, they aren't helping the people that are working at those hospitals.
Thank you.
At all. They're going to the corporations. You're feeding the corporate America, not the people.
You're done. Thank you very much. We heard you.
Hello, my name is Anastasia Colas, and I have come here today despite someone threatening to put a bullet in my head. So please listen to me, and if interested, follow up with me after the meeting, because this is very important. I created a project called Cyber Police last year during summer 2024. This also included concepts like FEH and warfare that sets up a new policing apparatus that combats cyber criminals and tries its best to uplift the masses and fix every problem in American society, which I call FEH. Every problem that was brought up here that you guys couldn't solve would be solved with FEH. And this would be done with just cops that are smart, understand computers, and are very intelligent. I went out last summer with bright dreams of a better future for Palm Beach County, only to find myself put under extreme threat by a violent gang of foreign cyber criminals in the Boca Raton area that is now trying to take my idea of selfless cops and twist it into something awful. Criminals that call threatening to put a bullet in your head for trying to make the community better, okay, don't want to help people. These criminals have now taken my idea and work and are sending people to different municipalities and governments to state that they all want to be cyber police or policemen that help the community, and they're not. They're actually working for criminals. I have proof that I can show and demonstrate where you'll see me going to the Boca Raton City Council with someone literally just repeating the same stuff that I said a few minutes ago. And these people are paid by criminals. I'm not paid. I get threats. And I'm coming here today because, at least in my opinion, the people behind all these crimes and threats in my paperwork are now paying people to go to police departments elsewhere, not to fight cybercrime or help anybody, but create chaos all over the country and fix nothing but put a nice picture maybe on the news or online, but then they're working for the criminals behind the crime. So I'm here today to see, okay, I've gotten threats about being shot. The last time I came here, I almost ended up in the hospital. Both me and my mom almost ended up in the hospital. I've only gotten 3 minutes to talk. That's not enough time to address these issues. I'm not even asking for much. I wanted to work as a volunteer for this and give my salary, even if it's offered to other people, because right now we are under threat
And all of this could be easily fixed if you guys actually spent maybe 15 minutes with me or 10 minutes after the meeting to talk to this girl named Anastasia.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Happy to be here. The last lady that spoke, I had the same idea. I happen to know about Belvedere Homes, Westgate, yes. It's old military homes, I think World War II era. I know the neighborhood, and I'm thinking that I was concerned because the $1,700 a month to the $2,700 a month may seem feasible, but for the working poor, it's not. Even two parents, if the family is lucky enough to have a two-parent home, could not make that payment. They would have to have the one bedroom and put, I don't even know how many sleeping bags or bunk beds to be able to manage to keep everybody if they have a little family. So I'm thinking, that's not feasible. There's got to be a better way. That may be the right neighborhood for that, but the figures don't work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Larson.
How you doing? Tough day today, huh? There's a lot going on, commissioners, because when the people were talking about the fluoride and the health, it took me aback when I heard Robert Kennedy doesn't want to hear from the public when they want to talk about their health issues. That was in the press recently. And wherever people go lately, a lot of people don't want to hear about what's going on. But the facts of life are somebody wants to say something wherever I go, and they do care. I think the fluoride, my dad worked on the fluoride project. My dad would be 126 years old. I was his third set of children. And let me tell you, he wrote letters to us on his way out of life because 40 men in the chambers works of the DuPont company died of cancer that worked on the project. My dad wrote me letters and he said, whatever you do, Al, don't live where there's fluoride in the water. And by the grace of God, or happenstance, I haven't ever lived where there's fluoride in the water. Because the one thing, Barbara Suska used to come, I don't know, some of you may have known her, some of you won't, but she was adamant about fluoride. She was also a victim of Unit 11. She dealt with the county quite a bit. But fluoride is really important. It is a chemical, and it is dangerous. You can read up about it a little bit, but it depends on the amounts and the time. Like they said, they want to know how much is in the water. It was Bob Weissman who made the decision to put fluoride in the water up on the 12th floor because this room wasn't here because of a hurricane. It really happened. I mean, we've had a lot of issues in this county, and every time I see them, I die a little bit inside. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people being mad at each other, yelling at each other, looking for stuff. I'm very sad that Virginia is leaving, and I'm really sad when I hear rumor has it, when they say who they think you may pick to replace her. You know, it's just amazing to me. I hope it's not true. I won't bring it up because I know you don't want to argue up there or have a question and answer. I got that. But I do think we deserve so much better from our government. And I'm not pointing at you guys, I'm talking about up there, Washington, these people that say they're going to make it better. It kills me when I hear, we'll make America great again. When did we stop being great? America's always been great. That in my thought, you know, we'll make it great again. And I do. Whatever their thought process is on making it great again, I hope they accomplish it. But as far as growing up in America, I wouldn't live anywhere else in the world because it's a really good place. And we can fix it if there's something wrong. But hopefully, commissioners, you will look at the fluoride situation, the curb situation, and HCA, because they are playing fast and loose because I can bring in the doctor who they're doing their zoning and stuff, okay? I know what's going on with HCA, so I can even fill you in on that one too, commissioners, because think of the happenstance of me walking into my primary care and he's being messed with by HCA.
Thank you.
Wrong woman to see.
All righty, do we have any more cards? Okay. So
Not for matters by the public, but we have a stack of
at
cards.
this time, we are going to close matters by the public. We still have a regular agenda to go back to, so we will do that. We actually had reordered the agenda for D1 to be followed by D2, so we might as well continue on where we had reordered. So D2 is up next. That would be 6D2, the Danza of Westgate. Okay. Hi, all.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Yes, ma'am.
Would anybody like a presentation on 6D2? Oh, we got a no and a yes. So since we
Yes.
got a yes, we're going to go with a yes.
Okay. Again, Jonathan Brown, Department of Housing and Economic Development, and the team is here with me today. 62, we're presenting to you a project, workforce housing project located in the area of Westgate Terrace is the project site. The board had conceptually approved $3.147 million, which is basically 13% of the total project costs. With an affordability period of 50 years. I do want to make sure that we have the breakdown of units, and we'll talk about a little bit more on the next slide. County assistance is $85,000 a unit, but I wanted to make sure that we read into the record that the total per unit cost, excluding the commercial, is $492,087. The 527 in the agenda item includes the commercial piece, so we wanted to break that out and show you there. Here you see the capital stack for this particular project. Again, the board conceptually approved this, and because of the FHA loan, similar to the other project, this is presented as a 40-year term. And here is the breakdown of the number of units, square footage, the bed and bath count, the area median income, 80%, 100, 120%. And here again, we show you what Florida Housing would allow for these units based on bedroom size. We also show you the HUD fair market rent by zip code for the project. And then we share with you what the developer is proposing to charge for the rents for these projects. And we've met with the developers again to share the concerns with regards to rents, understanding the concern throughout the county, and ensuring that the workforce are able to afford rents on any units being created. And the developer is here today to share with the board, what they were able to do or are able to do, if anything, with regards to the rents.
Commissioner Woodward, your light is on.
Did the developer wish to speak, or should I go right to my questions?
Sure. I just want to point out, it's a very similar project. Some of the differences. Number one, this is not an opportunity zone. The other one is. However, it is in a community renewal area. Michelle is here from the Westgate Belvedere CRA to speak about it. Also, I want to point out that the rents are a little higher in this project, but they're also the square footage is about 30% greater for each unit than it was in Pahokee. And the reason for that was that we started to develop this project with 44 units, and then the CRA told us that the zoning required us to have 80% of the street lot coverage. So we had to stretch the building out. We could have added a bunch more units, however, the parking constrained us, so we could only add 2 more units, 46. So the result was we wound up with larger units. This is also a project that's more geared towards families, 2 and 3 family units, and they're bigger. So that was a big difference. And the last thing, and I'm going to turn it over to Eliza to just talk a little bit about what's going on in the community, because there's a lot of low-income housing in the area, and this is designed to sort of bring the community standards up. Mr. Michel.
Thank you, Chuck. My name is Elise Michel. I am the executive director for the Westgate CRA. Before I address this project, I too would like to express my gratitude toward Ms. Baker. She's been working with us for the last 36 years. And a lot of the things that you've seen happen in Westgate, it's because of her. Whenever we run into a roadblock, we go to her, and she's been able to help us do drainage, transportation projects, street lights, water projects, a lot of other things. So we wish her the best, and come back and see some of the work that you've started over there. And you probably would be very proud when this project itself is completed. Thank you very much for your support and for your work in the Westgate area. For this Denza project, again, it's a project that this board would be proud about, or should be proud about. It's a project that your staff has been working on for the last 10 years. Finding a private developer to come into a low-income area is very difficult. We've worked with Neighborhood Renaissance. They've done a lot of low-income housing development projects for us in the CRA. We've also worked with Landmark. They've done low-income housing tax credits. They've done 2 of them in the Westgate area. When we did the RFP, we didn't find too many developers. Your staff from HED, they hired a consultant, and that consultant was pitching out different projects throughout the county, including projects in Pahokee, Riviera Beach, and also Westgate. That's how they came up with these developers. They are not from here. They are out-of-town developers. Sherry and I went to New York. Ms. Schott was also working for the CRA at the time. We went to New York to get those developers. So it's not just a housing project, it's also an economic development project, bringing private developers to do this type of housing in the area. Another developer did a market study for the area. What they find out is that we have a lot of low-income units. We have the Palm West, it's a low-income housing tax credit. We have the Quail Ridge, it's a low-income housing tax credit. We have the Westgate Plaza, that's a low-income housing tax credit. We have Autumn Ridge, that's also a low-income housing tax credit, serving people who make 60% or lower of the median income. Rents there for a 2-bedroom is about $900. So what they found out in the study, we also need houses for people who makes 95, 100% of the median income. And that's what this project is going to provide. For people who work for Palm Beach County, who are not qualified to go into a low-income housing tax credit, they will be able to afford those kind of rents. So it's a project that the CRA supports. Your staff has already invested in the area. We already have about $1 million into the land. So it's a project that's been in the work for like the last 20 years. Hopefully you can approve it today and keep us going. You'll be proud when this project is completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have one question. The nine units, the remaining 9 units, what will the rent on those units be?
Yes, I think
It's not in what we have here, so I was curious because from my perspective, the $3,300 for the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom is a lot of money.
Yes,
and it's a little disappointing to me to see that cost. That's more than my mortgage.
Yes, this is the workforce housing requirement for those 9 units. I think 2-bedroom is going to be $2,410, and
they're all 2 bedrooms. One set is $2,410. The other set is $1,927.
She means the market rate units, the ones that are not county assisted.
The remaining 9 units are on an obligation requirement for the workforce housing program and are not eligible for additional funding. I just want to know what the rent on those units is going to be.
So the 80% rent is $1,927, and there's also the 100% rent of $2,410. So there are 5 of those, 4 of the others. And that, again, we're following the code. We're following what was, we're actually a little bit less than what we were allowed to do.
Thank you. I have several lights on. Commissioner Woodward, you actually started the conversation but didn't ask any questions, so.
Well, I won't do that again. I'm sure you know where I'm going to go with this. We had the same discussion the last time. I know that this was conceptually approved when we were still talking 120%. The board has since changed that because the numbers are just high. And then now we're also looking at fair market rates, which we have the chart here to show what this area is going for in the market. And these numbers across the board are above market, are they not? Yeah.
Except for the first 4.
Either way, these rents are high, and the bulk of the units are at the 120%. There's very few that are below this, and I know that this started a long time ago with this process, and I'm sorry that you were early in the process, and we are unfortunately having to learn as we go. I can't support rents at this rate. It's just. When we're talking to our taxpayers, wherever they are in this county, and I tell them that we have affordable workforce housing rents, a 3-bedroom apartment, $3,300 a month. Almost exclusively anyone that I'm talking to who owns a home is shocked because that's more than their mortgage. And I know that's the world we live in right now, but if we are going to subsidize something to help the working class, and we had a speaker earlier talking about those people. You start doing the math on people who earn $15, even $25, $30 an hour, for them to get into these units, like they're not going to qualify unless they take roommates. And I know you guys are working hard on this, and you too, I appreciate it, but I can't keep doing this, where we're approving rents at such high rates. And it's unfortunate for you, you're coming in on a day like this, and you have 2 projects on this, but we're looking at areas that should be affordable. Looking at the rates that are in the surrounding area, people can get market rates for less than we're about to subsidize. And I don't know how to swallow that. I can't do that.
No, if I may, we have other projects in the area, and we price them all the time. We have a brand new one on Congress Avenue. We check the rents there. That's what they are going for. Again, we're not going to profit from this project, from the rent. They set the rent. But that's what I see with the other projects around them. We have other people building new housing, new apartments. That's what they're asking for rent. It's not just this project. That's what the market is.
But we're not here to subsidize market. We're here, if the market can't handle something, that's when we need to start picking up the slack. It's when if business or the private world can't, they're not going to because it's not something that they can make money on, then they're not going to do it. And that's when we do have to step in. But if we're going to have to step in using public money, we have to get affordable rates for people. Mm-hmm. And our numbers are controlled by AMI, that we can't get different numbers because the federal government puts that formula and then we have to use it. But what we can look at is the actual rental amount. And if we can tie that to what the market is actually doing, it doesn't make sense for us to subsidize to get above market. I'm sure you have to.
Yes, hold on, Aaron. The AMI is a two-edged sword. It helps you, but it also hurts you. If you subsidize all the housing in the county, you have a lot of people who are not going to qualify for them. People who work maybe for Palm Beach County, if they don't make 80% or less, they're not going to get into those houses. You need all of them. I also want lower rent for my sons, for other people I know, but nobody can build it. We know that you have other non-profit, they do a good job, they provide some units, but there are people who cannot qualify for them who also need housing. It's not just people who are low income. You have people who works for you 100%. If you subsidize just low income, they're not going to qualify for them because they make too much money. So you need houses for everybody. I understand for the low income, but you also need houses for the middle income also, not just for the low income. Not everybody's going to qualify for low income housing.
No, but that's who we should be subsidizing. We should not be subsidizing market rate units. That's all I have to say on this, and the rest of the board can speak in, but I cannot stomach subsidizing market rate units.
If it pleases the commission, I'll wait till everybody's questions and then I'll speak. I promise I'll try to be brief.
I would add, though, that the underwriting for both the county and the federal government, first and foremost, you guys want to make sure you get your money back. So your standards are high, and some of our numbers changed because of the rigorous underwriting from the county, which is fair. It means you're going to get your money back. You'll get your return. And again, with the debt service ratio, I don't have a whole lot of flexibility to move it. We might have a little, but not. On Pokey, we had none. This one, we might be able to move a little bit.
And just to answer, I understand that it is important that we get our money back, but that's not why we're doing this. We want to get our money back, but what we're doing is trying to get affordable units on the street for the people who work in this county right now. And yes, we do want to protect that investment, but that investment should do something for the public.
Okay. Commissioner Flores, your light is on next.
Oh, yes. All right, Mr. Brown, let's talk.
Yes, sir.
All right, so they're asking for the county 3.1, 16.4 coming from FHA 221D4, which I don't know what that means. Can you help me out?
Yes, sir. The FHA 221D4 is just a loan program offered through HUD or through FHA to help
Right,
fund
so
projects.
it's a government program.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're getting about $19.5 million from government funding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're telling me that I'm getting 9 units under 120 AMI?
You're getting 9 units under 120% AMI, yes, based on their proposal.
Okay, that sounds like a bad investment the way I'm looking at this. I'm a father, I'm a single father, one income, and I make more than the median income. And I look at $3,300, I don't even know that I can pay that. I got 2 kids in college. If I can't pay that, half of my residents can't pay that. This is nuts. I am wholeheartedly with Commissioner Woodward. I am not going to be voting in favor of this. We need good partners that are going to come before us, are going to bring units that are going to help our people. We have a massive shortage of units that are affordable and workforce housing, and my people can't afford $3,300. There's no way. 20 units, that's the majority of the bulk of the units are 120% AMI, and there's another 9 that is at market rate, which, I don't know, it looks like market rate is actually cheaper than what they're going to be renting. So I will be voting against this. Oh, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Why are we always going with 1% with private or for-profit businesses?
The developers haven't, the rules will allow us to do between 1% and 3%. When we send it to underwriting, we ask the underwriters to take a look at that in relation to the debt service coverage. And when you factor in the debt service coverage of the first mortgage lender and then us, in this case, as a second mortgage lender, we're trying to keep that at a reasonable area and an affordable area so that way it doesn't increase the cost back to the end users.
So are you saying they're basically breaking even?
I'm not necessarily saying that we're breaking even, but what I'm saying is that in order to the
If
goal
you're
is
for profit, you're not going. You're
Yes,
not going
sir.
broke. You're not going breaking even.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Can you explain how come the cost of a unit is $492,000?
So that was what I was getting at before, and that is, the municipality, the CRA required us to have 80% coverage on the street, which meant we had to widen the project by 80 feet. Now, we could only add 2 more additional units because the parking would only allow for 46 units and not 40. We had 44, 46, but we couldn't go to 54 units like we have in Pahokee because there isn't enough parking.
But Pahokee, you brought in at 3 and change, and that was with the very expensive demucking costs.
But here the units are 30% larger.
I understand, but just putting up drywall and studs doesn't add 30% to the cost. And this is actually more than 30% of the cost. We're talking, you're about $150,000 higher than they were out in Pahokee.
Right. I mean, Pahokee has more units, so it amortizes a little bit better. It's a narrower building, a smaller base, so it's a little more economical to build in that regard, but we do have the demucking issue.
I just have a hard time understanding how this can be so different. And then to the CRA, are you providing any of the TIF back?
No, there is no TIF rebate in this project.
You want to send it to us? You want this project?
Yes, we do.
Would you like to send us the TIF?
I mean, the TIF will go to the county at some point.
But it then goes back to you.
No, I mean, after it comes back to us, after a while, all these taxes.
We never see your taxes on this property.
No, but at some point, all of it is going to go back.
Yeah, well, okay. I understand what you're saying. Just curious, are you guys participating in this at all?
Yes. We did acquire some of the land, and we selling it to them at a reduced cost.
So what's your contribution on this?
The reduced price of the land.
How much?
I don't know what that would be worth. Right now, we purchased it for about $1 million, and then I think we sold it for less than $300,000, more or less. I don't remember exactly the 200 something. So we already have about $700,000 in it.
Wow.
That was actually not the only land we bought. We had private land for another $300,000 on top of that.
I think you got to go back to the drawing board. Okay.
Well, I got no more lights on.
Nothing else to say.
I have no more lights on, which means...
Commissioner Powell?
Oh, Commissioner Powell, you just turned your light on. Okay, go for it, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Once again, the numbers on the chart in the backup indicate something other than what I see on the table, on the chart up here. Of course, it says, let me go to the beginning of the sentence. Let's see if I can find it. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development established its fair market rates at the 40th percentile of rents for all standard quality rental units within the geographic zone or geographic area that are occupied by recent movers, with adjustments to exclude public housing units and substandard units, and the project shall not exceed these established rates. So the fair market rates for 1-bedroom, $1,770, 2-bedroom, $2,110, 3-bedroom, $2,760. Maybe, can someone explain to me, is the chart wrong again, and that's the right chart?
So, Commissioner, yes, sir. What you see in the agenda item is what the fair market rents are for that particular area, and what we have provided here in the PowerPoint and in the backup, what the Florida housing rental rates, allowable rates are, what the HUD fair market rents are, and then what the developer is proposing.
It is the same rates for the 2 and 3 bedrooms. This development doesn't have 1 bedrooms, but it is the same rates both on this chart and on the agenda item sheet for the 2 and 3 bedrooms. That is what the HUD fair market value is, not what the developer is proposing.
The developer. So, to echo what Commissioner Flores said, it's our goal to approve your rates at a higher rate than the fair market rates that are shown in the chart and that are shown here in the backup? Is that our goal? Are we doing that on purpose?
What staff brought forward to the board is what the board approved conceptually back in May. At this point, it is completely up to the board's discretion as to at what levels you would approve. Subsequent to that May conceptual approval, the board set the policy at 110% instead of the 120. Just as a FYI, looking at the charts for the 2.2, that is 120%. If you were to lower that to 110%, the rate would be $2,651 a month. And for the 3.2s that are at 120%, the rate would be $3,064 a month instead of the $3,342. If you were to go at the 110, which was the policy the board adopted after the initial approval at 120% when you did the conceptual.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I was getting a little concerned when we talked about May. I started thinking to myself, where was I? How did this happen? I wasn't here in May. I was not here. Okay. Well, I do echo the concerns of Commissioner Flores, but I do believe that in order to move forward, you all have done your market analysis, and that, of course, if you're developing this, there is a market for these units to be rented. I'm concerned because if you're proposing a 3.2 at $3,342, the majority of people would have a hard time being able to afford that. $3,342, most people don't bring home $3,000 a month. It's just the reality of the situation. A lot of people don't. I'm not gonna say to most people. I don't know what everybody does, but a lot of people are not bringing home $3,342. But a lot of people do need a 3-bedroom or better. So that's the challenge where we're at. We're a real challenge. I'm concerned, but I also am of the understanding that this is 37 units that are necessary. So with that being said, are there any other alternatives that would help reduce costs? But I'm in support, but this is a major challenge for my colleagues as well as me. And we've talked about alternatives to figuring out the housing solution. We really have to do that, but as developers and as a team, a staff team, is there any other alternatives? And I know this was approved in May. By the way, I wasn't here. So I just did want to make that point. And can y'all opine a little bit?
Oh, yeah. This is Aaron Taylor, Arc Development Global again. I promise I'll try to be as brief as possible. And I'll try not to get emotional about this. In my life, I seek to do everything that makes an impact, positive. I teach my sons and my daughter the same.
You need to speak a little louder, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm yelling from here.
No, not at all.
I seek to make an impact. There's no benefit to doing anything in life that doesn't positively impact others. I am completely in understanding of everything that is going on here. Like other people, I do believe that the rents in general are high. But I'm gonna give you a personal situation. My sister is also a single mother with a teenage son. Where she lives now, she lives in a 3-bedroom. Her rent was $2,800 a month just 3 years ago. It's $3,800 a month now, and it's going up. You know why most people like her can't be here to speak is because they're all at work. She's confessed to me, along with some other people, that the reality is that they're being priced out of a market because of all the people moving here. They can't afford to buy a single-family home, and they don't qualify for low income, so where do they go? I understand the board's concern, but at the end of the day, there are families that don't have an option. We've repenciled this. We spent 10 years going back and forth. Your county people have called us long after hours, probably never knew, 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, trying to help us resolve issues. What about those people that can't be here to speak for themselves? Half of them work for the county. You're right, the rent is high in that area, but those rents are never going to go down to that again. Either people stay in dilapidated housing or they're forced to move somewhere where the environment is not great. I will not be a part of anything that I wouldn't live in or put my family in. So we design projects where people can be proud of where they come, and even if it bites them and they have to stretch themselves to live there, they're proud to live there. It's not some other low-income project that's just going to look like garbage in a couple of years. It takes real money to do this stuff. It takes significant sacrifice from the developers. And at the end of the day, even after, let's say in a perfect nexus, you guys did approve this thing, right? There's still real risk. Because of the stuff Trump has done, tariffs are going to affect lumber prices. They already have. They've already affected metal and steel. They still have to cover that cost. Insurance rates go up another 20% 2 years when this project is done. They have to cover that cost. They have real risk. It's not because they're trying to line their pockets with money. They're just trying to make the deal work. And if the minimum debt service coverage for these deals are coming in at 1.25 and we're at 1.27, it doesn't leave a lot of margin. They still are the ones that are believing enough in this county, and they're not even from here, to make that investment and to take that risk. For people that are not even in their community. This is Palm Beach County citizens, so I'm only asking that if you're going to consider anything, consider those people that can't be here. You're right. People say, oh, $3,800 a month or $2,700 is not affordable. It's not for a lot of people. But for the people who can't go anywhere else when they're getting priced out of their homes like my sister is, where are they supposed to go? What about them? They don't qualify for the low-income housing that you guys are so proud to approve because the rental rates are low. Where do they go? And I'm only asking, when you consider these things, to consider those people. They're not in your situation. I bought my house 4 years ago now. My mortgage was $3,800 back then. That time is never coming back. But I still want to put my family in a quality place. Where do I go? So I just want you guys to consider that there's a population of people that need to be serviced, that need your consideration, they need your support, and they're not here. And that's what we're trying to pioneer here, hoping that this project is a catalyst for other projects like it to fill the need for those people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter has her light on, so does Commissioner Flores. So Commissioner Flores, your light was on first. What would you like to do?
Go ahead.
Sir, with all your respect, the reason that I make the points that I make is because I'm looking out after my people. I want to make sure that we have affordable places, that we can put them, and that we're using the bond in an appropriate manner. And when you say in a dump or in a garbage place, I don't believe that. Because we've looked at projects that have come before us with better numbers, and those places look pretty good. And we ask the same questions we're asking of you guys. So I appreciate your comments, but I don't appreciate how you regard it to some other projects that we have approved, the numbers make more sense for our people. The reason that workforce housing and affordable housing is so important is because we have a massive shortage. And the reason that we fight to keep it under 110% AMI is because our people can't afford 120. So when you come before me and you say, hey, here's 9 under 120, you're not doing us that much of a service. I'm going to be honest with you. We're looking for partners, and I have a few here in the room that are looking to put in 30, 40, 50 units under 110% AMI. So when you come before us, be respectful, be thankful, be gracious. Because what we do, we take it serious. We went to the voters and we ask them for money so that then we can help you guys be able to get these things across the finish line. Don't act like you're giving me a favor by giving me 9 units under 120% AMI. These are my people that are feeling the hurt. I make a motion to deny.
I have a motion and a second. We're not going to take a vote yet. Vice Mayor Baxter has her light on, and we have several cards. Vice Mayor.
What pot of dollars is this coming out of?
This is out of the HIP dollars, so these are the ad valorem dollars.
Right, that we set aside for special projects that didn't qualify for the other programs to keep costs down?
Yes.
I did hear something that Commissioner Woodward said that caused me some pause. Are these rental rates higher than market?
They're higher than the HUD fair market rent by the zip code for that area, except for the
Forgive me.
80% 2-2.
Is the HUD fair market different than just the fair market rate?
It is different, but again, when you talk about fair market is countywide. When you talk about regular market rate, it's countywide. HUD fair market will give it to you by the zip code. And so that's why we provide it by the zip code. If we were to do just market rate, it would include Boca, Gardens, Jupe. It would include.
So this is what the rates would be currently if I went to go rent a place that was a 2-2 or a 3-2 right now in Westgate.
Minus, as HUD, the definition, minus the substandard units, minus the public housing units. Yes, ma'am.
Minus that.
Minus those things.
And do we know, I know this is probably something you don't know, but do you know how many are available?
No.
Uh-oh, somebody might know.
Yes. There are a
Please, the
few.
short answer. Do you know how many units are available?
I don't know how many units exactly. I know in two of the apartments, low-income housing tax credits, they have units available. We have some market rate units available on Congress Avenue. I don't know how many of them are still vacant.
Okay, so I really don't like the whole HUD fair market rent because it is really hard, even I think in that zip code specifically, to say or make a fair analysis of this. There's several things. I don't like being subsidizing a project based on dollars on the surface don't seem to make sense according to this chart. But we also know that Westgate's only so big. I mean, and people need places to live, and they're going to come from other places potentially and live there. This isn't just, you know, going to service Westgate residents. And I believe this is Commissioner Powell's district, is it not? It is.
Yes, it's also Commissioner Watts.
And I hear what you're saying, and there is a certain gap that we're getting where I do, you know, we have several number of units that those bigger, the bond dollars went towards. Are any bond dollars are we using any bond dollars on this?
No, ma'am.
That's what I thought. So these aren't bond dollars. These are separate, set aside for special, specific projects that don't fall under the bond criteria, correct?
This also has FHA HUD dollars in it that requires a 40-year term, so they did not fit within the bond criteria.
Would this project be possible without any federal or county or state subsidies?
No. And let me also say something about the FHA. It's a private entity, Newmark, who loans us the money with the federal guarantees. So yes, it is government supported, but it's not government dollars per se that's going into the projects. I do have something else I want to add after everybody's spoken before you vote. But no, if this project is voted no, we can't proceed. Our only option would be to wait until the interest rates come down, and that could be a year. And, you know, we don't know if it's going to come down or not. But we also know that we have a certain schedule with HUD, and HUD has money right now, and we don't know what's going to happen when the federal fiscal year ends. And, you know, this project could wind up sitting for another 5 years until the economy changes again. That doesn't help Westgate Avenue either. But without the affirmative vote today, we can't go forward.
I do know I have several friends and family members who went and looked for rentals, and even, especially not brand new units, getting anything for under $3,000 is almost impossible anymore. Next to impossible. I mean, thank God I got my mortgage when I did, and, you know, we locked in back then, but that's not today's reality to the point, and there is a certain level of workforce people who don't qualify for low-income housing. I don't like the idea of being higher than a market rate, but I also understand the only market taken into consideration is a very small area in this, and so I don't necessarily like not having that complete picture of a comparison. And when I'm over on the border with something, I'm going to defer to the district commissioner. So I'll wait and see what Commissioner Powell has to say. I do know there's a first and a second, but I will wait.
Well, I had Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Powell.
So I know, in my comments earlier, understanding, we're trying to do everything we can to lower costs for the people of our community. I did go and look up, you have a new development relatively close by, Brandon Estates. It's familiar with. Their one bedrooms are renting for 21, I think it was 2163 or 2193, something like that, for that project. I don't know, did you all participate in that?
We gave them extra density, but no funding.
Right. So there are new developments that are renting for a one bedroom for more than what you're asking for yours over there. So, and the fact that this is not coming from, I mean, what we want to develop, or one area that we had said we were not, and I agree with my colleagues, that's where we really feel it, is on the affordable side of this. On the workforce side of it, as you said, there are no other pots of money. Only either our bond dollars or money we can come up with. There's no tax credits for it. There's nothing else, and that's something, maybe in the future we can get resolved. But to get products, I hate to see it go up to 120. I would ask you to look to see if we could do 110 on those units. But if you can do 110, I can support these.
So I don't know if we can do 110 or not, but I have a procedural question to ask you, and that is, it's my understanding that the terms that the county set, today was the last meeting that we could be approved, unless you extended that period of time for us to work with staff and come back with you in a month to see if 110 works. But I'd be willing to sit with staff again and see what else we can do, because I used to be a legislator myself. I know how to count votes. We can't do it without you. So if you'll give us another month and...
I have no problem with that. Does anyone have a problem?
And Madam Mayor, the only thing we'd ask is that you would just include that in the motion to extend the time, because it would be similar to another item that we have before you today as well.
Okay. We actually have several cards, so why don't we go ahead?
Let me ask this question.
Okay, sure. Go right ahead, Commissioner Powell.
If we were to make the motion to approve or to amend or to make a substitute motion to approve, would we still be able to make that motion?
You got to talk into your mic.
With that motion to amend, to approve with the caveat or the condition that we could look at this and see if it could be done for 110. Here's my concern. And Commissioner Baxter brought this up. Commissioner Weiss, you hit the nail a little bit on the head. When you're looking at housing right now, and we're talking about new construction, this is 37 units. And Aaron, I hear you. One thing that I'm passionate about too is my family. And I know that luckily our mortgage, we got our house 10 years ago. And if people could go back to 10 years ago, they'd be very happy. Oh, what a time this would be. I remember talking to friends when housing prices average jumped up to 250,000, when they jumped up to 300,000, and people said to me, "No, I'm not going to buy right now. I'm going to wait for it to go down." Now the average is 600,000. It hasn't gone back down. Our option to do nothing is not here. My master's degree is in urban and regional planning with an emphasis on housing and community development. And housing is very difficult right now. It's very difficult. So I'm willing to work within the confines to make sure that we can get this done. I don't believe that staff nor the development team would intentionally bring us something that is not designed to help people in Palm Beach County. I don't believe that you've come before us today as a team for Palm Beach County and as a team that's working with this development team to bring us something that's not going to help people. That's not my belief. So I've walked the Westgate area. I've walked a lot of areas in Palm Beach County, but I would recommend if we have that option to approve with the caveat or with the condition that we could look at the alternative of coming back and keeping the rate at 110% of area median income, I would be in support of that. I don't want to throw out the possibility of not moving forward with units. And I challenge anyone right now to go and look for a one-bedroom. One, it's very difficult to find a one-bedroom unit right now. Let's just be clear. But 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and see what the costs are, and let us know what you find. So with that being said, you know, thank y'all for trying to bring this before us and working. And I believe that if there's an opportunity to do it for a little less, let's move forward with that. But our challenge, the biggest challenge we all have right now facing Palm Beach County is housing. I've told you, people are being priced out of paradise. People who I've grown up with are moving to Georgia, they're moving to Alabama, they're moving to Texas. They were born and raised in Florida. Right now, when I tell people I'm a native of Palm Beach County, they look at me strange and go, "You're one of the few." How? With that, I ask if you can to look at that, but let's think about that as a team and as a board. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, your light is on. Do you want to wait till after the cards?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and call the 6 folks that we have? They're still here.
Thank you. Just if I could ask staff one question as a clarification. HIP funding, where does that come from?
Those are ad valorem funds.
And ad valorem is property taxes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We have Chuck Lesnick, Aaron Taylor, Mrs. Mary Lawrence Brom, and Elise Michelle.
So 3 of us are standing here. We've
Okay,
spoken.
well,
Thank you.
Well, actually, Miss Brom. Okay. You're not Elise Michelle? Oh, I'm sorry, you are. Okay.
Elize.
I apologize. Then we also have Sharon White, Alexandria Larson, and Lisa Cantrell.
Shall I go first?
Sure, go right ahead.
Miss Mary Bram again. I was listening to the developer over there. I am a firm believer that the county must always get some investment returns on your investments. I consider this rate too is too high. I consider you to go back to your drawing board if you want to proceed forward. Because this is astronomical here in the period that we are in now. People are destituted now. Our housing and rental market is depleted. Our coffers are there. Now, if you, as the developer, contractors want to come in to help us, we gladly welcome you. But we never would want you to think that you are doing us a service. No. You can't have it that way. We welcome you like we want you to welcome what we are saying. And that is to have some meetings of the minds. Have those meetings of the minds. They've already said, because I'm a great remembrance too. They have not acquired all of the property. They have acquired some of the property. So you're working with a portion of this property. And I've sat here today and I've heard residents talk about the workforce. Yes, yes. We talk about the policemen, nurses, and all of that because they comprise our community. But what about that lower class that are struggling, And in your proposals, perhaps when you do bill, you can set aside, you can take some consideration, set aside some of those units to accommodate some of that low there, that still say that they are humans too. And they're working just trying to survive, to put food on their tables for their children, and to provide the fundamental essentials of their household needs. I don't like it when someone says that it's all about them. It has to be about all of us. It has to be about my children. Because, see, I'm a stickler for children. I'm a stickler for seniors. And most of all, I'm a stickler for the communities. So go back to the drawing board. Send them back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, if I wasn't clear. We got some of the properties from the CRA. Some of them we acquired privately, but we have them all.
Oh, I said all the names, sorry. Alexandria Larson, Lisa Cantrell, and Sharon White.
I'm never going to pontificate in front of you, commissioners, but when I hear that a condo costs $492,000, they're nuts. They're out of their minds. Sorry, I'll say it. That's a lot of money for a square little box that's going to be with a bunch of square other boxes out there. That's a lot of money, commissioners. And I think someday I'll let you have my margins and my sidebars on my notes. They're very interesting, but I can't say them up here because that just seems nuts to me. I mean, when me and my husband started out, we were poor as church mice. We still are. He's not with me anymore, but we're still church mice. And what we did is found an apartment we could afford. Number one, we were responsible for us. We didn't go to anybody and say, well, you got to help me. You know, it just didn't happen. Now, maybe it was a different time or a different way, but I never expected anybody to find my condo for me, my house, my shoes, my clothes. I found them myself. It's the way it is. But I did. I heard that $492,000 thing, and that's when the margin started on this piece of paper, because that's nuts. It's nuts, Commissioner, and I agree with you, Flores. Please say no. And hell no, because the taxpayers should not be subsidizing anything anymore. We can't do it anymore. Because when I'm out there on the street, and let me tell you, I'm exhausted, commissioners. People are telling me how poor they are, and they can't eat, and they can't do this and that, and I'm like, okay, I'll go downtown and I'll talk a little bit. But I also tell them to take responsibility, number one, and number two, to come down here and talk to you themselves. Because then you'll be familiar with them. They don't have to be afraid of you. You're not going to gnaw off their ankles. But these are numbers that just don't work. And it is. I mean, are they gold-plated fixtures in there for $492,000? I just want to know. Ask some hard questions, because I'm telling you, nobody helped the mice when I was a teenager and I met my husband. I assure you, we all struggled. So take that into consideration, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll be next. That's where my card went. It was in a different pile. That's okay. I spoke about this, I think, earlier, and I don't want to be redundant, but what I noticed on the issue was that the word perpetuity keeps coming up. And I'm considering that, has that word become stricken from the county's lexicon too? I don't know. but I've heard it over the years many times that when you have a preserve, the word perpetuity is used for that too, until it's inconvenient. So, I don't want to be redundant, I hate that. But anyway, that's what I'm thinking, workforce housing in perpetuity.
Okay, last call for Lisa Kindrell.
Hello. Hello. So, again, as an RN, working in Palm Beach County for almost 20 years, and prior to that I was in New York, and a lot of the workforce was faced with the same thing. We couldn't afford to go into work or work in Manhattan as nurses because there was no housing. We couldn't afford it. And here we are, where public money, taxpayer money, is going to fund corporations to build affordable housing instead of, maybe it'd be better if it just went directly to the workforce. We have available housing. We don't need to finance corporate America to outpace the working class. You want to fund, you want to help build a workforce and an educated commerce for the people of Palm Beach County, the real working people? People working at McDonald's making $13 an hour. I left JFK, I was making like maybe $40 an hour. I was supporting my husband and 2 children and my father. That left me $55 a week for groceries. You want to fund and grow a community that's invested in the workforce, the real people? Then stop funding corporate America and start helping the working class. We don't need more housing. We don't need to fund corporate America. You need to fund the workforce. Give the money to the people. We don't need more housing. Give it to the workforce and start funding the workforce. I'm not talking about welfare. Force these people, and if they can't meet the bar, then leave. But we need more affordable housing in Palm Beach County. We don't need to fund corporate America. We need to fund the taxpayers who are working here and trying to make a living. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have no more cards. No, it's over. Thank you. Commissioner Powell, your light is still on. Would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion, a substitute motion, to approve this item with condition that the developer works with staff to see if it's workable or able to be completed or done at 110% of the area median income. That's my substitute motion.
Attorney?
Do we also
Ms.
need to
Coffin?
extend the time frame? And I would ask staff perhaps to comment on appropriate wording.
We would only need to extend the time frame if they can't make it work at the 110%.
And within what time?
March 11th is supposed to be the date that we would be bringing these items back to the board.
Understood.
So today was the deadline. It may be safest to extend the deadline for another month for this project so that we can work with them and make sure that they can make the 110. And if not, if it's the board's desire, we can bring it back at what they can make it at. That would be up to the board. So perhaps the motion could be that we would work with the developer to get to the 110, extend the deadline to 30 days or whatever, and if that fails, we would come back. I'm being advised that it would have to go back to underwriting, so we would need more than the 30 days.
How much time do you need? Or should it have a time frame?
We're bringing an item later in today's agenda where we've asked to come back by September. So I would say, again, I don't think it'll take that long, but it'll need to go back to underwriting. Underwriting, I anticipate, would probably be 30 to 45 days. then our agenda item process is usually a 30, 45-day agenda item process. If we can't make it back before July, when we know July, August, we're not here. So it's, again, we want to make sure we're bringing you back a project that financially pencils out.
Mayor,
Administrator.
I would suggest that we extend the time frame, the deadline, not necessarily approve the item and work with them. I think we need to just extend the deadline, give staff direction to go back and work with the developer to see how this comes out. If we can't make anything work, we won't bring it back without meeting the 110. If for whatever reason we can make it work, which I'm hoping we can, then we bring it back as soon as possible, but no later than the September date, because we don't want to tie up funding if this project is not going to move. But I want to give us plenty of time to work with them, to also get it back through the underwriters, and then get it on your schedule. Does that work?
That works. The challenge I'm having, though, is this. By July, we can anticipate that prices will increase even more.
Tomorrow.
Right.
So
I believe the developer is going to be in just as much, he's going to be just as rushed as we are to get this done before all the things start clicking and cost continues to escalate. If we can bring it back faster, we will. We'll bring it back as fast as we possibly can. But I want to give us that outside deadline of September so that we will have ample time to do what needs to be done without having to come back to the board and extend again. If you don't, I mean, otherwise, you can tell us June, we can bring it back in June before the July and August vacation starts to happen.
Should be able to make it.
thank you, Administrator Baker. So I'll amend my amendment to the substitute motion, not emotion, motion, to extend the time frame so that it gives staff and the developer an opportunity to look at this and see if the possibility is there to lower costs and bring it back at 110% of area median income. That's the substitute motion.
Okay, I'm sorry, we were distracted for a moment. Could you repeat the motion? I apologize. Or can I have the clerk read the motion back to us?
The substitute motion is to
Can you talk a
can you
little
hear
louder,
me?
please?
Was to extend the time frame to give staff and the developer, the staff an opportunity to work with the developer to see if they could meet the 110% AMI parameters.
That was it. It was
Want an outside date in that.
So it's
No-
not out there.
no later than September, and it was a committee substitute for committee substitute to the main amendment.
September 19th. Yeah.
All right, where everybody's talking. So we have a motion,
Seconded by Weiss.
seconded by Commissioner Weiss. I still have 3 lights on. Would you like to talk,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Baxter?
I would. In the essence of the amount of staff, bringing this from 120 to 110 on this particular project, how much does that lower the costs?
For the 2-2 that was at 120%, it would bring it down to $2,651 per month. For the 3-2 at 110%, it would bring it to $3,064 per month.
And we're talking a total of 28 units that this would impact?
Yes.
I mean, a couple $100 a month is a big deal, so I thought you were going to come back with less when I asked that question briefly. But, I mean, staff time, and I think there was a point made that keeping it 110 keeps it consistent with other projects that we have going on. But I guess I'm asking my board, would the going to the 110 really be worth the weight of what we're doing for this particular one, and then from this one, if we approve it, we say anyone forward, we can set max on HIP dollars at 110%. I'm just curious because there's a lot of time, effort, builders, staff have put into this over a very long period of time to then, again, like I will support what you want. I'm just asking this question because I feel like it's a huge squeeze for not a lot of benefit.
Well, it's $250 a month and $278 a month. So it may not.
And then it's still not guaranteed they can make that work. It might kill the whole project. Therein lies, I guess, the other problem. And we need units for workforce, not just for affordable. And this is the more upper end of a workforce class of people. So I know it seems like a lot of money, but at the end of the day, I'm torn on this one. This is why.
Mayor, and Commissioner Baxter, Vice Mayor Baxter makes a valid point. Staff has put a lot of time and effort into this. They've worked with the developer. We're sending them back. It's going to be a lot more time and effort. My original goal would be to approve this. If the board, how about this? We can do a CS to the CS to the CS, which is a committee substitute to the committee substitute to committee substitute of the motion to approve. And if that fails, then, so I'd like to amend my amendment to the original motion. Can I substitute my substituted motion?
He can amend, it hasn't been voted on.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the project. I'm substituting my previous motion, the previous substitute, so it's a committee substitute. I'm withdrawing it. That's even better. Now we're down to business. To approve as written on our agenda or in the staff. That's the motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I have that repeated, please?
I believe Commissioner Powell is making an amended motion because he withdrew his other motions to approve this item. Is that correct, Commissioner Powell?
So it's a motion to approve general obligation housing bond loan program for affordable housing I got the wrong one. Sorry. Wrong one. Approved Housing Initiative Program, HIP Workforce Housing Development Award to Danza of Westgate LLC in the amount of $3,147,739 for the Westgate Terrace Apartments project.
And B and C.
And it's the substitute motion
And B and C.
for Commissioner Flores' original motion. And B and C.
Got that?
Second. Yeah.
So basically, it's the motion, it's what's written in the book. Thank you. And then I got a second from Commissioner Weiss.
Do you need a third?
I don't think I need a third. 4 votes. So we just need 4 votes. So
We're not done.
Commissioner Woodward has her light on and has patiently had her light on for a while.
Thank you. I would just like to remind everyone, because I will be answering to my district, my people on this. We are doing 28 of these units at 120% AMI. What is the income for someone who's earning 120% of AMI?
Yeah, we asked for a chart of that, and they never bring it.
Yeah, just.
It's attached to the agenda. It's attached,
to the
Commissioner,
item.
to the item. If you are a household of 4,
No,
that
could you, we're talking 2 bedrooms here for the most part here. So what is the person, or,
if you're a 2-person household, you said 120% AMI?
yes.
It is $102,840.
Now, does that require 2 incomes? Can it be, a couple where one works and one doesn't because there's children, or it's just the income of the household?
It's an income of a household with 2 people, so it could be one working, one not. It could be a parent and a child, or
So it is a family that's earning 6 figures.
yes.
I can't support this. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I think it's up to the mayor to decide. Because I have a feeling that I've got 3 yeses over here. I have a feeling that I have 2 noes over here. I'd really like to see you come down to 110%.
If we can, we will. And if you vote us, and after we do the construction drawings and we do the bidding, That's when we really know what the costs will be. And we will come back and apprise you. But I really appreciate the fact that we have relieved some of the time pressure so that we can continue to go forward with HUD.
Oh,
and
you
not
haven't
lose.
relieved anything. There's no vote yet.
I understand, but you potentially.
The mayor hasn't voted, and apparently I'm the tiebreaker here, so I'm not liking that idea.
I'm just saying that if we can, we will, regardless.
Wow. Commissioner Weiss, when you looked up the other rents in the area for the other development, what were the going rates in there? Because if there's a need, and I'm sorry, please, in the audience, please.
So this was a one-bedroom over there. It was $21.93.
Available or rented or?
Available.
Available.
2 or 3 bedrooms?
They don't have 2 or 3 bedrooms showing availability.
So they're renting the 1 bedroom from what the proposers have developed here for a 2-bedroom. And we need 2-bedroom units. We need 3-bedroom units. Oh, wow. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Sachs. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
No.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Yes.
Mayor Marino.
Yes, but I want 110. I'm sorry, you have to sharpen your pencils. I'm saying yes because we need units. That's the only reason I am saying yes. And we need units yesterday. And while I know we would love nonprofits to be building these, that doesn't happen. We do need for-profit folks to come to the table. There are 9 other units in this development that we did not talk about, but you did give me lower rates on those 9 units. If we voted no, those 9 units don't even get built either. So I'm voting a very, very hesitant yes. And I want these units to come back a little cheaper.
Madam Mayor, may we also give staff direction for future HIP projects?
Absolutely.
To stay under the 110 or under, so we don't run into this again in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And just for staff clarity, are we 110 or are we 120?
No,
This project,
on this project, we are 120. However, we are asking the developers to sharpen their pencils and come back less than that. It's not a requirement, but it would be a wish. Okay? And are we okay, Attorney Kaufman? All right, wow. Okay.
Just
Now we're on
do we have any more projects in the pipeline
6D3, if
There
I'm not
was-
mistaken.
approved before?
No, Village of Valor.
120?
We just did 6D2. We are now on 6D3. We've talked about this and talked about this and talked about this. Does anybody need a presentation for Village of Valor?
Thank you.
We have 3 cards. We will take those 3 cards.
Alexandria Larson, Mrs. Mary Lawrence Braum, and Anastasia Coles.
Does he have the item? Does he have it? That's what I'm asking. Just because it's there, doesn't mean he has it.
Ms. Coles, this has to do with the agenda item. This is not about the safe police that you were talking about. This has to do with the agenda item that we're speaking about, which is the Village of Valor. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was going to talk about how, because some of you were hesitant about the program already, I was going to talk about another option that could actually make things easier for everybody.
Does it have to do with housing?
Yes, it's housing housing specific.
All right, go right ahead.
Yes. So in regards to FEH, which is freedom, equality, and happiness, there's a housing option in which the cost for housing and even development could actually be taken care of by actually very educated and intelligent officers that I had mentioned before. And they would actually set up a form of capitalism that would help, like, make it easier for low-income or working-class folks to transition into the more expensive housing in Palm Beach County. And so programs like this, where we have this loan program, these are currently being used, but I believe this would be a better option in regards to placing people into housing, resolving the issue where, you know, some people can't afford it, and making it easier for the general public. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Mary Bram, I'm going to be very brief. I am for this project here. The veterans and their families. And we know that they are struggling all across the landscape. So, but to put something here to give them that affordable component, kudos to you. Kudos to the chair, kudos to the vice chair, kudos to all of the commissioners, kudos to the staff for seeing the need of this vital issue here. But I do have a question here. It's two, so they're gonna be quick and easy. Is this strictly for the Palm Beach County veterans? It's not outside of Palm Beach County veterans? Now, see, I knew I had to ask that question. Next question is, will some of the units which are built be for any other tenants except for the VA veterans and their families? So those are the two questions. Will these components be strictly built for the Palm Beach County veterans and their families? So I'm sure everybody understands that. If it's outside or strictly inside. So please answer that. So Ms. Bram can go home here. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Well, normally we don't do question and answer here,
Yes.
but I think the clarity of that would help the board. So
Yes,
staff,
okay.
if you want to go ahead and answer that question.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Under the federal fair housing laws, we can't under the federal fair housing laws, we're not going to be able to put those absolute restrictions on there, but certainly this project is intended for Palm Beach County veterans, but it is a preference for veterans. It does not exclude others if the units cannot be filled with veterans. We need to remain in compliance with the federal fair housing laws.
Thank you.
Ms. Larson?
Did she leave? Okay. All right. I don't see her, so I will ask for, I have a motion to approve. I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? See that the motion carries 6-0. We are now on to, I know, but we still have, well, D4 is also the same. Drexel Road Senior Apartments. Well, why don't we finish housing and economic development? Ordered first, and then we did 3.
Could I make a motion to reorder to finish housing?
Yes. We have a motion to
Okay.
reorder, we have a motion to reorder so that we may finish housing and economic development.
Second.
Okay, perfect. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 6-0, and we will now go on to D4.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. 64 is a request for us to extend the review and approval period for the Drexel project. It was conceptually approved. The board encouraged them to go after state dollars, which would lower the cost of their project. They were successful in getting those dollars. Now they have to wait the protest period. And so we're looking to bring this item back to you on or before September 19th of this year.
Thank you. And do we have any cards?
Yes.
All right.
Brian Finney and Lisa Cantrell. Did Brian wish to speak?
No, you did. I just withdrew. I don't wish to speak.
I don't
Okay,
wish to
thank
speak.
you.
Okay.
And
I withdraw.
thank you very much. Okay. We have no more cards. Do I have a motion? All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries 6-0. We actually do have one more, Housing and Economic Development. That was the add-on, which is D5, which is the award from Congressman Sheila Scherflis McCormick. And I'm not going to say that 3 times fast, so
I move to approve it.
we have
one card?
We have one card.
Oh, maybe not. Alexandria Larson. Did she leave?
Well, Ms. Larson's not here at the moment, so.
Okay.
So we had a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Flores, I believe? Oh, a third. Commissioner Weiss, were you the second? Yes. Okay. We had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? See that that motion carries 6-0. Now we're going to go back to page 89, which would be risk management. The staff is looking for a motion to approve. And would anyone like a presentation?
No, but I'll move to approve it.
Could we
Unless you really want to give that presentation?
Could we get a very, very short version?
Okay.
Just because I think the public ought to know this is a
The fact that we're
this is good
saving
news.
money, I think we can do just a,
So, forgive me, Mayor, if you don't mind. I need to leave at 5, and Commissioner Powell is going to be giving a direction under comments for me, so thank you.
all righty, brief.
Can I
Mr.
ask
Martin.
a question, if I may, before?
Commissioner Flores.
Since we're losing another commissioner, I think there's still a lot of business to be. Is there any way that we can just table the rest of the meeting to the next?
Risk management is here. This will take a couple minutes, and then we're at where we should be.
Well, we're losing another commissioner.
That's all right. We still have a quorum. We still have a quorum.
Okay, good afternoon. I promise I'll be incredibly brief. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. My name is Scott Marting. I'm the Director of Risk Management. With me, obviously, is Assistant County Administrator Reggie Duran and Helene Viz, who's our County Attorney. Just very quickly, I'm going to give you a summary. I want to give kudos to Brown & Brown, who's our contracted insurance broker who's helped us through this process. We did our annual insurance renewal, focusing mostly on property. We understood there was an opportunity for savings this year. We went and personally met with over 30 underwriters to tell Palm Beach County's story, talk about the things that make us different from everybody else, because I think that's the important thing for us, is to talk about the things that make us different. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go right to the highlights of the results. And that'll be one slide and we'll be done. Good. The summary, the highlight is we had a 5.7% decrease, which equated to basically just over $1 million in savings. We increased our named wind coverage from 145 million to 155 million. That number is derived from a 100-year storm event. All of our property portfolio goes into a model, and the model tells us what they believe our maximum probable loss would be after our deductible. So that's why we went to the 155 million. We have a decrease in the maximum wind deductible. It used to be 33.25 million. Now it's at 25 million. We increased our non-wind coverage from 200 million to 215 million. And this is all while our total insured values went from 2.97 billion to 3.1 billion. In addition, I wanted to make sure I included cyber for Commissioner Weiss, where there was a 2.42% decrease in cyber, and we also increased some of our sublimits Our workers' compensation did increase by 4.6%, but that was due specifically to an increase in payroll over the expiring year. And we're going to continue to work to promote Palm Beach County and explain to everyone why we're the best of everything and why we're different. And that is my presentation.
Fabulous. Do we have any cards?
No cards.
Do we have any questions for staff?
Good job.
I got a comment.
Commissioner Powell.
I would like to say, good job. I mean, to come in and save over $1 million on our coverages and to increase coverages in other areas. And of course, the number of buildings that the county has. I mean, this is, it just should be recognized. This is remarkable. So thank you, staff. Thank you, team, for looking at this. Kudos. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We got a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 5-0. Okay, we are on to 6C1, Community Services. Does anyone need a presentation? Seeing none, may I get a motion to approve, please?
Make a motion to approve, receive and file A, and approve B and C.
I have a motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries 5-0. We took care of all the housing and economic development items on our agenda. We have one item from Planning, Zoning, and Building, which is an interlocal agreement with the City of Belgrade for an annexation. Does anyone need a presentation?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries 5-0. Engineering. We are on item 6F1, 1A and B. This is about traffic controls. Do we need a presentation?
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
No. You do?
Their lights and their light up.
Very brief presentation, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
So you heard the words brief presentation?
Super fast.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Commissioner Administrator Baker. Just real briefly, with me is with Pontran, Ivan Madado, the Executive Director of Pontran, Ara Dangleton. She's the Strategic Planning Manager. With me with Fire Rescue, David Woodside, and Deputy County Administrator, Mr. Patrick Redder, and Liz Herman from the County Attorney's Office. We'll briefly just kind of go over the proposed contract for your approval. So this is a contract with Durelco, GTC, an amount of $11 million capacity contract. What this will do, allow a contract allows to do preemption for fire rescue and the priority for Palmtran. So reduce emergency vehicle travel times, helps with Palmtrans and transit vehicles, and helps with on-time performance. And so graphically, it's a cloud-based system with the indicators on the emergency vehicles and the Palmtran vehicles. Electronically will work with the signal itself, provide that type of a technology. So I'll turn over to Palmtran real quick.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone here.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
You go.
Now, good afternoon, everyone here today. We're excited about this opportunity. We were able to acquire funding from the TPA of about $2 million to be able to provide this TSP system along US 1 covering, I believe it's a total of 182 signal, which will allow us to have preemption on buses, which basically what it means, it allows the green light to hold for about 3 seconds so the buses go through. We'll be able to equip 140 buses with this first phase. We have a future phase that would actually bring in about $2.8 million for other areas such as Okeechobee, State Road 7, Lake Worth Roads connecting to US 1, and all of this is related to our 561 plan, where we are enhancing transit services along major corridors. We're excited about this opportunity. King County Metro in Washington experienced up to 14% reduction in intersection delays because of this. San Francisco Transit was able to experience about 7% travel delay reductions. Rhode Island Transit was able to experience on one of their routes that were able to actually reduce the number of buses on that route from 13 to 12. So we think it's a great opportunity for us to continue to improve transportation across our network. And that's pretty much my presentation.
Okay.
Perfect.
Mr. Woodside, Fire Rescue?
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. Fire Rescue is also excited about this. This is something we've been working on for a number of years, trying to find the right product. Commissioner Weiss brought it up a number of years ago, and we've been working in partnership with traffic engineering as well as Palm Trend to have a combined system. It will save, based on the research, about 10 seconds per light. Once the system is fully implemented, it has green to the scene is the concept behind it. So when seconds count, this is what we need. So we're excited about it. We have been funding it for years. So as soon as this is approved, we're going to jump in and get it done for fire rescue. And the implementation, proof of concept, we've already tested it in conjunction with Palm Trend, but we're going to do one zone at a time to make sure that we're achieving the results that we want. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Weiss, both of your lights are on.
Madam Mayor, I was going to say it seems like a remarkable program. I want to see how it worked. I want to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Powell, a second from Commissioner Weiss. Any other comments? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Mr. Maldonado, have you all done any modeling as to the impact here? I know you cited some statistics from some other facilities, but have you done any modeling here as to the impact on the Route 1?
I'm going to allow Ira to answer some of those questions. He has been more involved in the process than I have been. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Professor Button.
Oh, I knew that. Good afternoon, guys. I'm going to be really brief. But yes, we haven't done any modeling at the moment. Those numbers that Ivan gave you guys are from the Transportation Cooperative Research Board. So they compile that data throughout transit agencies across the country. So our intent is we will have a CMS system through Jarelco where they'll be tracking the data, and we'll use that. This first go round on US 1 is just the first phase before we take it to other major corridors, as Ivan mentioned. But we will have that information after the first phases of US 1 come in.
Okay. I think, just my suggestion going forward, because I know the data is available, it's reasonable that maybe to have some modeling done so we know what our target. We know what other areas are, but they're not the same as ours. So to get our own targets set up and see how well we can do. So that'd be my recommendation as you move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? See that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're now on to facilities development and operations. Staff is looking for a motion to approve amendment number 6 to the data center. Do we need a presentation?
I motion to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Woodward.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 5-0. Okay, we are on item 6G2, adopt a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with Closter Farms.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 6G2, A and B.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 5-0. So you put the easy ones toward the end. Office of Equal Business Opportunity. This is a motion to receive and file. Does anyone need a presentation? I think we've heard this quite a few times. Okay.
Did this get pulled? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve? A motion to receive and file the Office of Equal Business Opportunity fiscal year 2024 report.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Weiss. Anyone need a presentation? I think we're good. No one's looking like they need a presentation. Okay. All right, we got the report. Thank you very much for following the auditors, what we need to do to make this, keep it going. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that the motion carries 5-0. Office of Financial Management and Budget. Sherry, you're already up here. Okay. Sadly, this is staff's recommendation to approve a preliminary reading and permission to advertise for public hearing on April 8th, 2025, the sunsetting of the surtax.
We hate to see it go, but we did collect our $2.7 billion, so we're very excited that it's going to end a whole year early.
All right, we had a motion from Commissioner Weiss, Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Weiss. I have Commissioner Woodward's light is on.
I was just curious, how much did we actually collect? Because it continued after, right?
Right. It will continue through December 31st of this year. So we have collected just a little over $2.7 billion. At the end of February, it's 2.726. So it's, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? See that motion carries 5-0. Okay, we are now on to the first agenda item, which we put to the end, which is item 6A, 1 and 2. The first item is staff's request of board's direction. And Patrick, I think you're here to give us a brief, what we already have in place and what we need to do in the future.
I think I heard
what you're looking for us to say to you.
I think I heard the word brief. Hit this quickly. Good evening. Following up on direction, post our January BCC zoning meeting. It was otherwise scheduled for February. We postponed it to today. At the end of the meeting, the mayor kind of coalesced around the points that the board was discussing, and we'll hit those 3 points very quickly. All we're asking for is your direction today. Should any of those direction points precipitate the need to amend your rules, we will bring back a resolution doing so. Look to an April agenda to do that. So first one, there was a discussion about quorum at meetings. You've got rules in place right now that speak to quorums. Long story short, if you don't have a quorum within 30 minutes of the scheduled start time of the meeting dissipates. You lose a quorum at any time, the meeting ends as well. We'd recommend making no changes, nothing you need to address.
And when you say meetings, that would include workshops, because oftentimes on workshops, we have items that we have to vote on.
You can have regular agenda items on the agenda as well. So yes, I would say it applies across the board. Okay. That would be one. So again, recommend no changes.
I recommend that we enforce it.
Absolutely. Going forward, we will enforce that.
Second item, this one is a little bit tougher. What constitutes, board direction? And we definitely would make a distinction between an agenda item proper, where you're talking about something, the board may ask, can you give us a little information on a point? Can you expand on it? Something to that effect. We wouldn't look at that as direction. That's within the context of an item. Conversely, it could lead to something outside that. It's tough. It's a gray area. Wouldn't recommend trying to write and define what it is, because I think the third point that we're going to discuss, where you potentially could have a agendized area for the board to offer direction, might help consolidate and filter down what it is. So, we talked about it here. You understand, the direction to be distinct from the subject item, something different, quite frankly, and we recommend considering that direction at a distinct point to help to that. It would mean on us as staff saying to board members, say it might be appropriate to consider this thought if it's falling outside of what we might see as the agenda item, and up to us and then the board as well, saying this might fall outside if you have a spot in the agenda for direction to address it there. So I think it'd be very, very difficult, and don't see the need to fully define what is direction. That's tough. So we're not recommending any changes in that area. approval process. So again, would recommend amending the rules to have a spot in the agenda for direction. Then we're kind of in that last spot of how to approve it. Historically, through time, as we've taken direction from boards, we'll get a commissioner who will, I'd like to give direction to do X. There could be an affirmative reaction at times. Sometimes there's not. We'd say if you're making this point, close it out with an affirmative action. That'd be would say the mayor could either look to the left or right and say, without objection, potentially you could call for a vote, but certainly an affirmative action of some sort to close the loop on that point. If you're going to address them distinctly, would recommend you take them on and effectively vote for them, affirmatively act on them distinctly. So I've hit it all so far. The only change we're recommending to do is add a spot in the agenda for board direction. If that's your direction today, we would bring you back a resolution with that amendment to your rules. But we're here for any questions you have.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the brief presentation. Yeah, I think the only area that I really, so at times we'll have direction, as you say, it's just informational and nothing needs to be done. But other times we'll make what I would say, there's direction, there's what I would say is sort of soft direction, like in the case of wanting to name I don't know, a road after somebody, because of whatever reason. And we'll say, somebody will make under their comments, they'll say without objections, ask staff to please look into doing that. And that seems also relatively clear to me. I think your point that you made, though, I think there are times when we'll ask you to bring back an item or create an item or to look into an ordinance or add something to a workshop, that I think it does need more clarity, and I like the idea of having the mayor ask for a vote, unless it's, and even then, it adds some. So I'm very comfortable supporting that and asking you to bring back this idea of having a specific spot for direction in the meeting, and then the policies that outlined. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this back. I'm glad we're staying here to discuss this. I wish Vice Mayor Baxter was still here. I would thank her for her idea of us having a separate agenda item for us to actually give board direction, so it doesn't get jumbled into comments about proclamations and other items. So I very much like that idea. And again, trying to define what direction is, that's impossible. But I think it's one of those things, we know it when we're doing it, and if we don't, it's on you guys to let us know we're giving direction. And it would be for the mayor at the time, and this is for all future stuff, to kind of get consensus from the board so that everybody knows we are doing a thing. Does everybody agree? I like that idea, and it's very important too that, especially when money has to be spent, like that's always has to be a consideration, that needs to be an agenda item that will come back and public comment can happen from that. So as far as that, I'm very happy with what you've brought. It's on us to police ourselves, but it's also on all of you to let us know, because sometimes we may be giving board direction even in our offices, and you need to let us know that's something you need to bring to the board. I would ask, and this is not something I would want to make a requirement, but maybe just a best practices, if when possible, if we could share with each other by email the day before, if it's going to be something that you're writing up and maybe we need 24 hours to kind of digest what we're doing. Not that you can't give board direction without it, but just it would be beneficial, I think, for all of us if we could have some of that the day before. Again, not make it a requirement, but just a good practice.
Actually, I have a question for the attorney and for Ms. Baker with what that comment was. Because, as Commissioner Weiss did last night, he sent us around information about the process of hiring a search firm for a new county administrator. Is there a policy in place that defines that information? Is it supposed to be something that's, if you're going to bring something forth that's financial, you give it as a commissioner, you send that through. Obviously, none of us are answering because that would be breaking sunshine. But I had heard previously that usually the only time that a commissioner sent notification the night before or whatnot was if there was going to be some financial impact to it. So is there clarification of that, or that's just hearsay?
I believe that's just hearsay, but I would ask the county administrator to confirm.
I don't remember seeing that specific requirement. So, but we will research it. Patrick's looking at it now.
Jumping in your rules right now.
You know what? We're not going to rush through this, so take your time, because this is something that's very important. And, you know, some of us have been here 6 years, some of us have been here 4 years, some of us have been here 2 years, and some of us have been here several months. So the reason we're sitting here doing this is because a lot of things are done just because that's the way they were done in the past. And they're just sort of passed down to us without any guidelines. So what we're asking today is just give us some guardrails. And if a commissioner wants to send something the night before, 2 nights before, to say, under my comments, I'm going to be bringing forth such, it's information for us so that we can do our own research about that. But we, as a board, will not be answering that because that would be breaking sunshine.
Correct. Yes. And just for clarification purposes, when you say if it involves funding, sometimes we spend a lot of staff time on an item. It's not writing any extra checks. However, it is focusing our attention onto doing some research, which we don't mind because that's part of our job. But is that something that you would, I mean, if it's a quick something, no worries. But when it takes a lot of staff time, is that something that you would want us to highlight?
I would, only because if we give you 20 board directions and they're going to take 1,000 hours each, that's a lot of work for staff. We need, and we are, as everyone knows, you know, we are 600 or 700 people shy of what we need. So I want to give staff the appropriate time to do things clearly and concisely. And if we inundate them with board directions that are going to take a multitude of hours that then takes them away from board direction we've already given, we do need to know that. Does that make sense? I got lots of lights on. Okay. Commissioner Woodward, did you have anything else? Okay. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when you ask for an update, I don't think that's board direction. That's just simply asking staff to come back and say this and this and that in that particular. I don't think that's going to require extra work. They should know where everything is at. So, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add, if we did have a separate tab that says board direction, I agree with that. And then the logistics of what that entails, what the costs are, how long we anticipate this taking to be done. I think that we could work those things out as we go. But that specific tab, that set aside a standalone board direction tab would be excellent. That's my comment.
And it doesn't mean that we have to, I mean, it doesn't mean we have to fill it and give board direction every meeting. It just means that there is some place on the agenda for that. Okay. So what motion are you looking for right now?
I'll just point out one thing you have in your rules now.
It says seeking board direction.
Okay.
I do want to point out for you, you do have in your rules now under commissioner comments when possible, middle of the paragraph, when possible, other commissioners, administrator, and attorney should receive such materials in advance. So you kind of address it under the comment aspect, certainly at the board's discretion how you want to handle it, but it's addressed in that fashion. I think all that we're looking for direction from you, if it is to bring back a resolution amending your rules to include a distinct spot in the agenda for direction, they could be looking to do it directly preceding board comments. And we will bring back that spot.
Okay. There is one thing that I would like to say, but Commissioner Powell, did you have any more comments? Commissioner Flores, are you done?
I have one
Okay.
I do have one comment, but it was regarding what you said earlier. So I don't know if you want to
Go right
make your
ahead.
comment first?
Go ahead.
So regarding when fellow commissioners sent an email the night before, and it's going to be, or at least brought up during their commissioner comments, I don't feel that should be discussed publicly until we all agree that it's a discussion to be had. One, it catches us off guard, and gives us no time really to prepare on any agenda item if it's sent at 5 o'clock the evening before. And I'm using the example of yesterday just as an example, but this could be on any subject. So I would like it for that person to introduce it during their comments, and maybe if it's a discussion item that we agree, which we said it would have to be board direction, be brought back up at the next meeting. I just think it creates a clear pathway to getting things on the agenda. And it's sort of what I heard yesterday from our administrator on how we do that.
Well, I think the process is if the communication comes out the night before, it's just that it's something that they want to bring up. We won't be, we can discuss it during their comments, which is how we got to where we are right now. But again, if it's something that has to be voted on, it would have to be an agenda item going forward. Okay. I see no more lights on. That's me. Okay. I did have one question. I would really like administration to make all attempt to get backup documentation to us no later than the Friday before. Okay, because I don't want to be reading backup material at 5 o'clock Monday the night before. And I know we've said this before, but I think going forward this is very, very important, because if backup material comes to us, with a day's notice, we have talked about not just pulling it on our agendas, and going forward, I think that's what we'll do. So
that is our rule. I will be enforcing it, and whoever replaces me should also be, normally I do unless there's an emergency. The 2.25 million today, that particular item, we found out when Todd got back from DC that we really needed to move that and confirm those dollars. Otherwise, they could have been swept. Normally, my rule is I don't even want it on Friday because people are busy on Friday. So we need to get that information in. And so there will be items that will not get on, and I have not put items on because they didn't meet the deadline. But if there is an emergency such as that, I would beg the board's indulgence. And what we will do is highlight why it is so late.
great. Thank you. All good? All right, so clear as mud? Yes. All right, so now we are on item 6A2, which is the discussion about the tool we are going to use in which to process the performance reviews of the county attorney, county auditor, and county administrator. We have the tools here. This is the questionnaire, I should say, for all three of those. I'd like to actually ask the board a couple questions. One is, I think everyone on the board got a letter from the auditor saying that he gets reviewed by the audit committee, and would that suffice as the review, since we really don't have any idea what the auditor does? I mean, we know what an auditor does, but I'd like to have some weigh-ins on that. Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a meeting with the internal auditor on this very topic, and I'm okay with them doing the evaluation, but we don't have a relationship with the committee as far as them presenting to us or even having something like a quarterly update or any real relationship. Even when there's been a few findings in an audit, he's the one that's come to us. So if we're going to rely on them to do this evaluation, how do we have some sort of feedback with the committee? So that, if we have questions because technically he does work for us, even though he doesn't work as directly with us as our attorney and an administrator, how can we make sure that they're going to either present to us or have some sort of a relationship that we can rely on and not just, get a file in our inbox.
I think probably have them present to us.
Can we request that of them? I don't know. I don't understand the relationship with us in the committee. Can we compel them to? Are we making, please, will you do this? What are our options here?
I'm with you. Somebody just, submitting here, they think I'm wonderful, doesn't do it for me.
With the mayor's permission, I think we need to clarify with the auditor what the actual review of the audit committee does. My understanding was that they confirm he follows audit guidelines. The review that you all would be doing is, does he serve you? Does he serve your interests? Is he bringing value to you? Not whether or not he's following auditing guidelines. I think they're very separate things. That's just my opinion.
That's why we're here discussing it. Any other questions?
No, I just need that answered. If there's a way to really have a relationship with those who will be doing his evaluation, but if they're not doing a similar type of evaluation as to what we're looking for, then this doesn't really.
Well, I believe there's probably a ordinance or resolution that establishes the audit committee, and I'm not sure about that, but we would need to ask the auditor, and if there was, there's no reason it couldn't be amended. But again, the reason you do a performance evaluation is to make sure that your interests are being served and the interests of the organization. If the audit committee is focused on whether he's following the established audit guidelines and doing the work versus what your expectations are, you all will individually meet with him. You all will individually say, this is the kind of work that I need you to do this year. He will be bringing those results to you. So the question is, are you getting the performance that you want, not whether the audit committee is satisfied that, he's following auditing guidelines.
I think we're going to continue this discussion. Commissioner Flores.
I actually will echo the sentiments of our county attorney. At the end of the day, we use that as a tool when we do our evaluation of the auditor. And at the end of the day, we should have reviews of all three individuals that report to us.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. I agree. I think our relationship with the auditor is a little different than they have with their committee. As our legal counsel has pointed out, it's more, I think, our relationship with that person and how well we all work together. In looking at the tool itself, I think it's also appropriate on all of them to include a box NA, not applicable, because there are going to be areas at times with all of us where some things may not be applicable because we've never had that kind of interaction with that individual, and to be able to try and leaving it blank is not right either, because then you don't know whether you missed it or whatever. So I would make sure that you have an NA on there. So, but I agree on I would like to, in addition to what he happens with his committee, I think it's important that we have our opportunity as stakeholders as well.
So actually I think, Ms. Kaufman, your light is still on. Did you have a comment? I would actually like to see the audit review committee present to us. I think that would be something that would be beneficial to us, just because they know what you do on a regular basis. How you interact with us is different than the guidelines that are set forth. So if the audit, and I'd like to hear it from the audit review committee as opposed to the auditor, because they're the ones that are doing the review. So if going forward we can request that the audit review committee do a presentation to us, okay. I think that would, and so where we are with the internal auditor right now is, are we okay with the questions that have been provided for us? Commissioner Powell.
One of the things thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that the internal auditor brought up was, being that he would be under us, he didn't want to be beholden to us or not fully engaged because of a review, something along those lines. Did you get what I'm saying? Did we talk about that? The idea that, you know, he provides internal audits, he falls under us. If it comes to us, and not necessarily him, but, and you mind if he comes up and explain that? He would be
Come on up, Mr.
much more
Zamora.
clear than I am.
He is supposed to be independent. He is supposed to be independent.
Thank you. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but it's necessary.
Is this on? Okay, thank you. David Zamora, County Internal Auditor. Thanks for the opportunity to come up and give a little explanation about what we're talking about today. What Commissioner Powell was speaking of is probably with regard to independence. And so anytime if I'm getting evaluated by the board, there could be a perception that there is some undue independence problems. And what that speaks to is the Internal Audit Department is bound by government auditing standards that suggest you have to remain independent in appearance and in fact. So being evaluated may be a perception of a independence issue. So I think that's what Commissioner Powell was talking about. And the way to mitigate that is to establish policies or a governing structure that mitigates that independence issue. And that's what we have with the Internal Audit Committee. The Internal Audit Committee, established by ordinance, is required to evaluate the internal auditor at least annually and the internal audit function. And so by having that evaluation performed by the Audit Committee provides a buffer between the auditor and the board that I serve. So we kind of mitigate that risk of the independence perception. Doesn't matter if it's in fact, it's just if there's a perception. And so the Audit Committee does have, by ordinance, established the responsibility to evaluate. The other issue that may be in play here is if the Audit Committee is required by ordinance to evaluate the auditor, and then the board also does a performance evaluation, then there's a little blurring of what the roles are. Who's supposed to be doing this? Why are we both doing that? And so some confusion on the roles and potentially inefficiency if we're both doing the same kind of thing. I'm made aware of the tool that the board has come up with, and I feel like those questions are fair questions. I did supply each commissioner with the evaluation that the Audit Committee did for me, and there were, I believe, 6 or 7 different categories, not just following audit guidelines, but how do I do with my leadership, with my managing of resources. And so each of you should have what I was evaluated on that. So the goal is, and what may help the board with this, is the 360 performance assessment tool that the Audit Committee has adopted. What that means is we'll do a self-evaluation, which everyone's seen the results of that. But they also will collect information from my subordinates, from the county department heads that I work with, from the commissioners with the county administrator or administration, so that we get a full picture of what the auditor does to get that complete evaluation. So that you would have, as the board or each commissioner would have the chance to give their input, and then I can share the evaluation tool from the Audit Committee. So I think you have your input, but if we let the Audit Committee drive it, I think it resolves the independence issue that Commissioner Powell was speaking of.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward. Don't go anywhere, Mr. Zamora.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. As I was listening to this, I remember an earlier conversation I think I might have had with your predecessor or even you. You audit departments within the county. You don't audit us, the commissioners.
Correct.
Or anything that we do. So the level of separation, I mean, it would be one thing if we hired you and you were auditing us and we were going to hold firing you over our heads because we don't want you to say bad things about us.
Right.
But that's not the case. Your job is the rest of the county departments. And so I think that there's a level of independence and separation that already exists due to that. And us having our evaluation of you tied to our relationship with you, the communication you have with us, and these questions, they do seem reasonable. But I do think that there is a place for us to have an evaluation of our relationship with you and performance in your department, simply because you don't audit us. So that separation is already kind of built into the system. We, hopefully, all of us as commissioners are not going to either protect or target departments within the county that we want you to do. I mean, that is part of what your job is, and we are ethically bound not to do such behavior.
That would be interference.
And that is interference. And if that were to happen, I mean, that raises different scenarios for us on the board that we would have to answer for if that were to happen. That should be brought to the public awareness too. But because you don't audit us, I think that level of separation is already there, and that, we should have the discussion on our relationship with you and how you present efficiencies for the county.
Yes, correct. If I could add a couple of things to what Commissioner Woodward said, I agree. There is an inherent separation there. Another possibility, and what we're talking about here is a perception of independence or conflict, and another perception that may occur would be the impact on the scope of my audits. If I know I'm being evaluated by my bosses, maybe I stay away from sensitive or political topics, or maybe I audit the ones that particular commissioners want me to look at. So I don't want there to be a perception that there's an influence on the scope of my work as well. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Commissioner Flores.
I understand what you're saying, but you can take that approach now, because technically we hire and fire this position. So you could work under that premise that you could do the bidding of the commissioners. I think that we're hiring someone that's ethical, that is not going to take that approach, and that you are going to carry out the work that you have been carrying without any influence from this board. That's the expectation, at least, that I would set forth of this person that's going to be ethical. So even you mentioning that's a little weird. But at the end of the day, I think this board should have the responsibility to have a discussion amongst each other about the employees that report to us. We have no other opportunity to speak about your performance, the administrators or the attorney's performance, other than being up here. This allows us an opportunity to, one, do a review process, see if we're happy with that person's performance, and to provide feedback. So I am a big fan of structure, of transparency, and having an open dialogue. And unfortunately for us, this open dialogue has to happen in public. Right. So that comes tied to these positions. And it's not something that we want to air out people's dirty laundries or anything like that. But if there's areas where there needs improvement, then we do have to take our job seriously and make sure that we address that like any other employee in corporate America. So I understand your point. I just hope that us having a review once a year is not going to deter you from doing the work that you're supposed to do.
No, and if I could respond, please, thank you. A couple of things that the board does have an opportunity to comment on my performance as part of the 360 evaluation.
But we don't get to speak to each other.
Correct. Okay. The other caveat that I wanted to bring up is, by ordinance, I'm required to follow government auditing standards, which mandates independence. And that's the only reason I bring it up, is so the board can be aware that that's what I'm careful to maintain. And I think that if not everybody understands what independence in government auditing standards is. That's why it's my job to let you know. But because I'm bound by those standards, I want to present any potential conflict or concern to be considered in this process. And so that's really what I'm doing, is just kind of bring it to your attention that there's some potential conflict of interest, there's potential influence of independence. But then again, the blurring of the committee doing it and the board doing it, and who really has responsibility.
But we're doing, you know what, Mr. Zamora, I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
Because the audit committee is evaluating you on different protocols and different standards than we would be. Attorney Kaufman.
I just wanted to point out that the same issues apply to the administrator and to me. It is my responsibility to provide you with impartial, professional judgment. There are times when individual commissioners are not going to like it. And that's not going to stop me from doing my job, and nor am I going to be afraid that you're going to give me a bad review because I give you advice or tell you that something cannot happen the way you would like it to happen. It's my job, and it comes with the turf. The same thing for the county administrator. It is his or her responsibility to give you their best professional judgment. We, the county administrator and the county attorney, work more directly with the commissioners for sure. And there will be instances when we are telling commissioners things they don't want to hear. We understand that that comes with the turf. That should not be a deterrent from the commissioners being able to comment and have input into what we do.
You know, I have a question at the end. At the end of our meetings, we always have reports or information given to us by the administrator, by the attorney. Why isn't the auditor on that list? And then we as a board can actually interact with the auditor as a group at our meetings. Because other than the auditor coming into our office quarterly, whatever it is, we don't interact with the auditor, whereas we interact with you at every board meeting. I don't know how the rest of the board feels on that, but I'm just throwing it out there. And I just sort of butted in front of everybody, so I'll go back to my list. Commissioner
Mayor,
Powell. Yes.
I think there is a difference. However, you know, at the end of every meeting, we can add, and if he doesn't have anything to bring to the board, then he doesn't say anything. Most of his is actually auditing departments, writing reports. You received one today on consent. So I agree that he has to have a certain amount of independence and not be, choose this word properly, not be impacted by what may come out, because we do. I mean, I have to tell you guys sometimes things I know you don't want to hear, but I have to tell you. And I think that's the same standard. I'm not saying he shouldn't report to you, but his function should be different. He should not go into a department to do an audit with an edict. And I'm just being upfront with it. Because we expect our auditor to come in clear-minded, do his job based upon the audit standards. And when that doesn't occur, you will see your county administrator speak up, because we need to be fair about whatever is being done and how it's being done. And we won't always agree, but 9 times out of 10 we will, because the rules are what they are. And that's what he's coming in to audit. Are we following rules? Are we following our own rules? Are we following federal rules? And he does that. But that's what it should be between us. And if we're not following rules, that's his job. Tell me what I can do better. But we can, to answer the question, put him on so that if he's got something he needs to tell the board, he can tell me in advance, and then we can put it on, or put an NA, not applicable for this board meeting.
Well, that'll be a discussion for the board. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Zamora, you indicated I believe in my office as well, that no other auditors from any counties in Florida would be under this type of evaluation, or is that correct, or?
Actually, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what the other counties do as far as setup, if they have an ordinance that has an oversight audit committee that oversees the audit function. That's what I'm not sure of. I'm not aware of that as I look around, that there's a separate ordinance that separates that. But the audit committee serves on behalf of the board as an oversight for our office, and so that's where most of our work is done. That's where they approve our audit plans. They opine on the risk in the county. They're an advisor. They serve on behalf of the board. But I wanted to be clear, though, I am not afraid of an evaluation, but it's my job to just present anything in my professional judgment that may be an issue so that we're protected. I proved on my first evaluation as internal auditor that, as per the audit committee, I shown that I'm doing a good job. I exceed expectations, and I will do a good job. And as the county attorney said, I'm not going to let anything impair that judgment. I'm just merely kind of point out some of the issues, potential issues that may be out there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. So I'm fine with if I can participate in a 360, that's fine as well for me. As long as I have an opportunity in a way to present my feedback, then I'm okay with that. So whether it comes in a 360 as being a participant in that, because typically when you break that down, you see it by subordinates, you see it by the folks, your supervisors and that sort of thing. So they separate out different categories of people, and so that's what a 360 does.
So
I would
what questions are included in the 360?
It would depend on the relationship to that individual. So when you're looking at a subordinate and their relationship with their and I hate to say superior, but to their boss, it's at a different relationship or a different set of standards that you're looking at. They're being asked, do they feel they're being treated fairly? Are they given clear direction? Are there goals? Do they, how's the communication? All, from a perspective of somebody who is is being supervised by somebody. And then, as colleagues, where they're working. So when he's working with the managers, department managers, they're going to have a different criteria for evaluating on. And then as board members or their supervisor, if you will, we would have another set of criteria because our relationship with that individual is different than it would be, for the other people that are around. That's what's really great about a 360 is they look all the way around at an individual and who they're interacting with, and so they may do a great job with their subordinates, but they don't communicate well with their superiors, and so you can have a 360 that looks, and it's like, well, you're doing well here, but you got an issue over here you're going to need to take care of.
Well, if we're doing a 360, what would keep us from including these as the questions from the board on the 360?
Not necessarily. The 360 is taking information from everybody that you interact with, or that you have a responsibility to interact with, and compiling it. And they will get asked different questions, and his audit committee is going to evaluate even on a different, because their interaction is different from the subordinate and different from the superiors. And you want to talk about it, Mr. Khan? I'm sure you've seen them and participated in them.
Yes.
Why don't you introduce yourself, since none of us actually...
Yeah.
All right. Well, first, good late afternoon, everybody. My name is David Kahn. I'm the new HR director, and I am exactly 1 month in. So nice to be here.
Welcome to this.
Thank you very much.
Would you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, yes, I am familiar with 360s, and I think they are a valuable tool. And one of the things I like about a 360 is that you can ask virtually the same question to multiple parties and find that trending. So you can see if the way that the people who report to them are rating them the same or different versus the people who are at the same level or at a higher level. So to be able to compare that and find those differences is important, or if it's not different, that's nice too. That's ideal.
So
I don't
who
know if I answered your
establishes,
question,
who
though.
establishes the questions in the 360?
That would be done in the same way that we are working on this tool. So if we were to say that the questions presented to you last week for the performance review, the ones that you're holding, are ideal, then I could turn these questions, or we could turn these questions into 360 questions. So you're asking the same question, but maybe changing a word or two to show that it's the different reporting structure.
Anyone else have questions? Okay, I actually had Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Flores. No, the other way around. Commissioner Flores, then Commissioner Woodward, sorry.
You want to go first?
Go ahead.
So whether we do it 360 or this manner, it's still a performance evaluation tool that's going to be done by the board. At the end of the day, there has to be a decision made on whether this is a person that we want to keep or we don't want to keep. And I think that's how these tools sometimes are used. Right now, we are being asked to renew a contract for this particular position, but we haven't even done a review. I've had interaction with Mr. Samora for 5 months. So if I wanted to look for past performance evaluations to see, does that currently exist? No. So this is why doing evaluations on an annual basis is to people that report to us. That way we have feedback. If this person is not someone, and I am really sorry that we're talking specifically about you, but let's say in the future it's someone else, and that person's not doing what they're supposed to do, we should be able to have something that says, you know what, this person is not meeting the standard, and we don't want to renew that contract. So that's why I like transparency, and at the end of the day, there has to be a decision maker. Is that board that you currently report to, do they have the authority to remove you if you're not doing your duty?
No, that's the
That's
the
why it's
board's-
important that it comes
correct.
back to us, because if we have an employee of ours that's not meeting the standard, then we should have every right to remove that person from that position. Sorry I'm bringing it in these terms, but there has to be, the buck has to stop somewhere, and it has to stop with us because you're one of our employees, unfortunately.
I think if I could add to that, when in the ordinance also, it gives the responsibility for the committee to attract and interview and make a recommendation for the hiring of the internal auditor. The board does approve that, but they go through and vet that. In the same way that they do the evaluation, if there's below expectations, they recommend the same, that I should not continue. So they don't make that final approval. They don't have that authority, but they do, I suppose, make those recommendations for appointment or not.
Any further questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
No, that's...
Commissioner Woodward?
Thank you, Mayor. I realize we're talking specifically about the auditor, but I'm not sure. At this point, I would like to suggest that we do an evaluation on each of them and also the 360. I mean, why can't we have like a hybrid? So the 360 would be done, across the board, but us also doing our evaluation. There's a couple of reasons we would have the chance to have the discussion with our fellow board members. And, some of this would maybe reveal different relationships with different board members, and maybe some of us might have a problem with some of that, or just having a better understanding amongst ourselves and each of you. I think if we're doing this, all three of you should be evaluated. And I like the questions. I like adding the NA part that Commissioner Weiss brought on, because not everything's going to be applicable. And even if it is applicable for some, may not all. And if we can't answer it, give us the option to put an NA on there. I like the questions. If this is about, are we just discussing whether or not to do the auditor? Or are we going to do all three?
I think we're going to do all three, but right now we just started with the auditor.
So for the auditor, then at this point, I'm not for making motions, but I would make the motion that we do the evaluation of the auditor and also have the 360. So, we would do this evaluation that you've created and then also have the 360. So that way we get a full understanding from all the way around, but it also gives us a chance to have discussion. Because of sunshine, we can't just do a 360 for the auditor.
Right now, we're just talking about the auditor. I think so basically, if you look at the questions in here, there's 8 questions, 8 or 9. These are more of, what's your relationship with us? Not, did you finish the job on Thursday and it was supposed to be done on Friday? That's not what this is. This is more of, how are you communicating to the board and how is the board communicating to you? I'm comfortable. Now, what we're doing here today is saying the instrument that's in front of us, do we like this or not? And if we like this, let's move forward with it. So this instrument in front of us, which actually, these questions came from the Florida Association of Counties, or National Association of Counties. So this has been done before. Other auditors have gone through this process. So I'm comfortable with this as a tool for us to review the auditor. Commissioner Flores, your light is on.
I was just going to make a small recommendation. When you get to the areas like team management, and then you give a score, I would like to see a couple of lines that you can write in an answer. Because if let's say, hypothetically, you give one straight down ones, if I was receiving that review, I would like to understand why I'm receiving the score that I'm getting. Either your excellent verbal skills or whatever, or you need to delegate or whatever. So under each area, there should be maybe 2 lines that you can provide feedback on the numbering system, so that way they know how you're getting rated. So if I got a bad rating, I would like to know why.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So in some evaluations, if you receive a 5 or a 1, you have to justify. You have to write definitively, you have to justify why you gave that rating. Is that going to be a requirement for this particular tool, or just at your option?
I'm not making that a requirement, but
Okay.
It just an option. If somebody wants to provide additional feedback, there is an area where they could provide that. I know there's an open-ended questions in the back, but if you want to isolate, you can. If you don't, you don't.
I'm comfortable with that. I think so. Since we're doing one at a time, the auditor, as we have in front of us, adding NA as another option because there may not have been the opportunity, and adding a line or 2 so that you can explain why you answered the way you did. Is that what everyone would agree to? Okay. So do I need a motion for this? Because what we're trying to do right now is approve what's in front of us. So I need a motion to approve with the 2 additions. The one is the NA and the other is adding a line or 2 underneath each question, so that if a commissioner wants to explain why they did the answer they did, they can do that.
So can I make a motion to approve, but we're just the county auditor?
We're just on the
It's not
auditor.
separated on the agenda, but we can do that. Okay, so I would make a motion to approve with the changes the mayor mentioned for the county auditor.
So I have a motion and a second. And I have, okay. So this is, we are going to evaluate the auditor, and we're going to use this as the evaluation tool. So
Is the 360 part of this, or is that it? It's also 360?
Commissioner Mayor, through the mayor. At a previous meeting, I thought the board had determined we would do the 360 in the next process. If you'd like us to expedite getting it done and come to another meeting and delay, but we'll certainly have that ready for the next evaluation period.
Okay, that's fine, because I remember we spoke about that, and because we were going to try to do the 360 for everything. So, okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? See that that motion carries 5-0. This is specifically for the attorney audit, the internal auditor.
Mayor, if I may, if the board could assist in one other thing, because we'll start working on the 360 immediately. We need to discuss how far up, how far down will that 360 go? I think Dr. Khan's familiar with typically how we would do that.
Department heads?
So that would be 2 levels below the county administrator. I don't know that, the administrator can opine on that, but not all directors have the same relationship or have the same amount of
Would it be
interaction.
his department, his whole department then?
Yes.
Because, okay.
I mean, his
They're all
department
direct
isn't very big,
reports.
so.
It should, the way we've done this in the past, this has been, the 360 has been done in previous years with the previous internal auditor, but they went, again, to the county department heads, they went to the county administration, they went to the people that work for me, and included all of that input. So that's how we've done it in the past. So.
Good. Okay. All right, so we have the county administrator, which, since our county administrator is leaving May 31st, I don't think we need to do this, but let's put the process in place for the future administrator. I believe the additions that we made, the NA and the lines underneath, would be relevant here also. And again, these questions were from, I can't remember if it was National Association or Florida Association of Counties. So many of these questions, when I gave everybody copies of these, this actually was before Joelle and Bobby were here, 10 different questionnaires all asked the same questions. So that's why it got wielded down to what we have in front of us right now. So we have, basically 10 questions, 9 questions with, with the ability at the end to also add additional information. We can add the NA and the 2 lines underneath for decision-making. And again, I don't think this is something we need to do with our administrator right now, but this would be part of the process it would probably be something that will be part of the contract for the new administrator.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All in favor, Commissioner Weiss? We're voting. 5-0. See that motion for the county administrator carries. Now we're on to the county attorney.
Mayor Marino, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, we're not going to send out the evaluation tool for the county administrator.
Correct.
Okay.
But we are
But
going
they
to
will
include
use
this. We are going to include this
As approved.
as approved, and we're going to include this when we talk about our next administrator and what will be part of his or her contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we're on to the county attorney. And I like the fact that the county attorney stood up for herself earlier today. And you do have to give us, even if we don't want to hear it, you do have to give us that information. I appreciate that.
I did want to clarify one thing that you just mentioned. In the renewal of the auditor's contract, do you all want there to be an annual performance appraisal? Is there any kind of increase tied to that, or is that just I
think it's just a tool.
Understood.
Thank you. Okay, county attorney.
Same thing?
Basically the same questions, and add the NA and the 2 lines underneath. And we have questions that can be answered in the back.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. See that motion carries 5-0. Commissioner Woodward.
As far as the 360, because we didn't discuss that, for the administrator moving forward, you said take it to the department head level. And then for the attorney, would it be all of your attorneys?
I think it should be the whole office, honestly, because that's what I'm running, an office with legal secretaries, paralegals, and attorneys.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to clarify, I know we're not doing that today, but just as you know, to move forward, when we do the 360, it would be the entire attorney's office, the entire auditor, and are we in agreement to the department heads for the administrator?
Yes.
I would say department and division heads.
Okay.
I would include my division heads in it as well, because they operate divisions that have significant impact.
Wow. Okay, we've covered a lot today. Certainly. Commissioner Flores, go right ahead.
So I'm looking at my HR team. The attorney's office, how many staff members do you have?
49, I believe.
Do we really want to receive feedback from 49 employees? Can we do a sample?
That's up to you.
I mean, I want to know how labor intensive this is going to be for you, because you're compiling all of this.
If we are going to be sending it to that many people, I'm going to be looking for online options to
Okay.
collect the data.
Absolutely.
So it's not being done through paper.
Absolutely, it should all.
Yes.
Yes.
But it is, yes, that is a lot of people, and typically you would use a sample. And that sample could change year to year, so
Yeah.
it's not the same people.
I think we pick a number, a sample, because even from our standpoint, we're going to have to read. I mean, if we're really going to do this, you have to take the time and read the feedback of 49 individuals in the 360. So I think if you pick a sample, I don't know what that magic number is. You guys probably know better than I do. 15, 20 individuals. I don't know.
I could also come back with a proposal when I'm presenting the 360.
Yeah, I think that might,
tool.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. Then you can have all the statistics of, is it a percentage or whatever? And, AI is a wonderful thing and can call the information on its own.
Yes.
So.
Summarize this for me, please.
So now we are going to board appointments. So we have the Environmental Resources Management. We have to pick one.
It is what it is.
One appointee, either, staff is looking for a motion to approve either Tommy Stroud or Jeffrey Hessel, neither of which is in the audience. Oh, well. I didn't see Tommy.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can we reverse? What did we just agree to? Did we agree to a sample? Did we vote?
First off, the
Oh,
360 isn't going to be for this immediate period. The HR director, Mr. Khan, is going to come back to us with this is what the 360 is going to do. This is the sampling we're going to take. It'll be either a percentage of the department. Hopefully it'll all be AI integrated so that you can fill it out online, and then AI will call the information and give us our answers. But it won't be for whatever we're doing immediately. It won't be for that. It'll be for the following evaluation.
I just have to advocate for my attorneys right now because I'm working with professionals and they all have loud voices and they will want to speak. So if you're telling them that some of them get to speak and some do not, they are not going to be happy. And I'm just telling you the way it is.
If you've got 49 attorneys that want to answer the question, they're the
It's
360?
not 49 attorneys,
47.
but probably about 25.
How about when the time comes and we have our options, we'll talk about it then.
That's fine, thank you.
You're welcome. Who wants to speak? Anybody else want to speak? Okay, we are now on board appointments. We are going to the Environmental Resources Management Division is looking for an appointee to the Groundwater and Natural Resource Protection Board. We have 2 nominations. One is Tommy Stroud and one is Jeffrey Hessel. So we just have to say who we want, and whoever gets the most amount of votes wins. Commissioner Woodward.
I apologize, I didn't pull the backup for either of these two. Could you speak to the 2 individuals?
I sure can. For the record, Deb Drum, have the honor of serving as the Environmental Resources Management Director. Tommy Stroud, both of them have an engineering background, but you should know that this is an at-large citizen seat. And so there's no qualifications associated. You just have to be a concerned citizen. And both of them have that qualification as residents. Tommy Stroud is the executive director of the Lake Worth Drainage District, and he's also on our Palm Beach County Water Resources Task Force. Mr. Hessel, just pull up his resume. He, as far as I know, does not sit on another county board, and he also has an engineering background. I mean, they're both qualified.
Okay. Doesn't help us much, but you know what? I'll go first. I'll go first. I know Mr. Stroud, but he does sit on 2 boards, and I think our purpose here is to have as much input as we can. So I would go with Mr. Hessel.
I echo your comments exactly, and I will be voting for Mr. Hessel. And I appreciate Tommy Stroud's great work.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Tommy Stroud.
Commissioner Woodward.
I do know Tommy Stroud, but I agree. We have him a couple times, and I would vote for Mr. Hessel. So.
Thank you.
But thank them both.
Commissioner Flores. Okay, so we have 2 for Stroud, 3 for Hessel. So let's send Mr. Hessel a letter of congratulations, and let's send Mr. Stroud a thank you. We look forward to your service on the other 2 boards.
Absolutely, will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commission district appointments. Commissioner Powell, do you have any? And what was it that that Vice Mayor Baxter was looking for?
That was a staff direction for Vice Mayor Baxter. Do you want me to do that one too? Or you want
No,
me
we'll
to?
do that under BCC comments.
Okay.
But if you have district appointments, let's do those.
Thank you. I'd like to appoint Angela Jones Van to the Zoning Commission. She's on the Planning Commission currently. I would like to appoint her to the Zoning Commission.
Sure she's going to serve on both boards? Or is she moving from one to another?
Well, right now,
Not that it matters, because it's your appointment, so you can do whatever you'd like, so.
as of today, she'll be on both, but with the caveat that she will be removed from the planning board as soon as I have a replacement, but I don't want to have a vacancy right now, so.
Okay. And I'm looking at our attorney. Can you serve on both the planning and the zoning? Just want to be covered correctly.
I believe that's not a problem, but if it is, I'll be notifying Commissioner's office, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Perfect. Okay. Any other appointments?
Not at this time, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss? No appointment. Commissioner Woodward?
None at this time.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes, I'm reappointing Tracy Caruso to the Housing Finance Authority, and Commissioner Sachs requested to appoint Linda Dubo to the Housing Finance Authority.
Okay. We've got that. And I have no appointments at this time. So now we'll move on to staff comments. Does our administrator have any comments? Or are you done? Are you tired? We're all tired.
I will be quick. I've got receive and file. We are updating them. The signal synchronization phase 2, that request for appropriations has been submitted. We're working with our partners in order to get, hopefully, approved funding. So we are working on that. The South County Civic Center Appreciation Plate, we're working with the district commissioner who requested it. We need some clarification, whether we were just moving the plate or naming the entire building. So we're working with the district commissioner on that issue. Our for sale units, you gave us direction to go back and work with the Housing Leadership Council and economic reps. Staff has met with them twice. We'll be bringing you an update when we are ready to move forward with the actual RFP for the bonds. So we'll bring that back. Fluoridation of water, we are looking to, I think it was spoken earlier that it'll be May, but we've got a full May workshop. So I'm going to ask the board to allow us to move that back to the June workshop, if that would be okay.
For the fluoride?
It's fluoride.
That's
yeah.
fine.
Okay. So we'll move that back to June. Our OFMB, our OFMB clerk joint presentation, as stated earlier, will be April 1st, and we'll bring that back to the board. And then I think most of this is filled out. There was a request for a breakdown of projects for capital that is in your CIP, and all the details are in the CIP.
How about if you just send an email with that link to all the commissioners?
Yes, yes, ma'am. As you know, there's a link for the entire budget, but I'm happy to send a link. Cold weather shelters, we will be bringing an update on hurricane. We always do this right before hurricane season start. I moved that off the workshop. It is going to be a regular item, so we have plenty of time to address the items on the workshop. So we will be looking at that and bringing it back. And then I will ask that the board approve, receive and file for the directives at this time.
So moved.
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? Aye. That
Okay,
motion.
just a few more things.
Okay, well, you wanted us to receive and file this?
Yes,
Is there any?
please.
Okay, so we have a motion 5-0. That motion carries. Thank you.
Also, I would like to request the board's permission to negotiate with Jeff Green regarding the Ramada Inn and perform a due diligence of the facility during that period of time. We've done the appraisals. We want to see the condition of the structure, and then we'll negotiate. And if it falls within reasons, we'll come back to the board. And even if it doesn't, we'll come back to the board to report out. The other items, I would like some
So
direction
you need
in.
direction from us about that particular
Yes.
item. So,
I'd like to give that direction.
okay.
Sorry.
Commissioner Woodward, you have a question?
Yes, and we discussed this some in my agenda review yesterday. If the board wants to do this, I was just curious because I think there's a number of hotels that may start popping up as options for us. Did we want to have a discussion on how many of these particular units we would like to have? And how do we move forward with that? Because I believe once we pull the trigger on one of these, there's going to be a lineup of hotels that do not want to be renovated. They'd rather sell them to us, but we don't want to own all the hotels in the county that don't want to be renovated. So should we look at, we're looking for 300 total rooms in different places, or how should we proceed with this? Because it looks like we may have a lot of options, and if we're going to make these purchases, do we want them strategically placed in the county geographically? How many units are we actually looking at? I think this is a discussion that we should have. And I know Commissioner Sachs wants us to continue with the discussion on the tiny cottages. How does that play into all of this? But with the actual hotel rooms, how many are we looking at? Because this is 65 rooms.
160.
163, and La Quinta was around 114. I mean, we could quickly end up with, a number of these rooms. How many do we actually want to get? And not for nothing, but if we end up with hundreds of hotel rooms, there are neighboring counties who will start busing people to us. And we need to plan for what's the capacity we actually need for our county and not go overboard here. Is that something that would be a workshop item or something that's, okay?
I would
Yes,
believe
I
this
would
would be a workshop item.
I would recommend it be a workshop item. I am bringing Mr. Green to you because I gave him my word I would at least bring this to the board because we could not move without the board's further authorization. So we'll move forward if I've got that permission, and then we'll schedule the workshop because we have performed our time and count in time. That number did go down, but we think there are reasons. And we will never have, enough rooms for things we cannot anticipate. So we'll do a workshop, we'll bring that back to the board.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, you turned your light off. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, so yesterday when I was discussing this with our team, I asked a very good question, I thought. Said, how much does it cost us to maintain these rooms
Operations and maintenance.
with the wraparound services? The answer that I received from Ms. Tammy Fields was $29,000 per unit per year. You multiply that by 114 units at La Quinta Inn, it's $3.3 million annually. Now, that's not including the how much is it, Ramon? 163? So let me do the quick math. 163 times 29,000. That's another $4.7 million on an annual basis that it's going to cost us to keep up with the wraparound services. So I just want to make sure that when we talk about how many units we want to commit to, that we understand that this is the overall dollars. It's not just buying the hotel, refurbishing it. It's also going to be operational costs that is going to be ongoing on an annual basis. So at this point in time, I don't feel comfortable with giving the go-ahead until I really know what the board wants to do. But if all we're talking about is just doing due diligence and entering conversation with Mr. Green, I'm okay with it.
You stole my question. It's right there. How do we pay for the ongoing operations and maintenance? Right there. So you stole my question.
That is what the other component we need to bring back to you so we know what we're getting into when we start. We have an apartment complex right now that we own. However, we contract with one of our partners to operate, maintain it, and they do collect sliding scale rents to help offset the impact. So it's a matter of how the board wants us to set up this process. And so the workshop would be great, and we will be bringing back in estimates as to what it would cost.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, and great question, Commissioner Flores. But I will tell you that this was gone over. You all didn't go to Century Village, where we've had a number of town halls on this, and so this was an area specifically staff presented on was the operation and maintenance. I think the other thing going forward, we have depended on federal and state support, and I think we don't know where that stands going forward. And so I think at this point, until staff comes back with hard numbers, I would take. I think we just don't know until we understand what our costs are without any other supports, because ultimately that's what we're signing up for, and I think it's important that we know that. But I appreciate, and I think it's important also to look at Mr. Green's property, because nobody's saying we buy both, nobody's saying we buy one, nobody's saying we don't buy them all. It's just we need to see what these opportunities are, and then from there, and then hopefully this workshop to really, as I agree with you, Commissioner Woodward, to really look at it in its totality. And I share your concerns about other people, communities sending folks to be taken care of by Palm Beach County. Yeah, so I want to make sure we can take care of our own.
And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Just one thing to think about as we're doing this. We just had units brought to us at $400,000 a unit, $300 and some odd thousand a unit for the La Quinta. If we bought it for $15 million, it's 131, because that was 114 units, right?
Yeah, but it works out to 150,000 at the was what we're looking at for that one.
Okay, well, I got 100. I took 15 million divided by 114. It comes up for. Okay, so there you go. So that is also something that goes into the equation. Is if we're buying this hotel and we're getting these rooms that can be renovated into a one bedroom or a studio or something like that, and we can do this for a $150,000 a unit versus what we just $400,000 a unit. this is a quick, easy, not easy, none of this is ever easy, but this is a more efficient use of our dollars. But there has to be requirements of who is coming in. You know, have they lived in the county 30 days? Have they lived in the county a year? Have they lived in the county 10 years? As Commissioner Woodward said, if we build it, they will come. We have folks here that we need to take care of, not the whole world. So, anything else, Administrator?
Not at all.
Okay. County Attorney?
I will forego the comments tonight.
Okay. BCC comments?
Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Powell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been informed, late breaking news, that we cannot have a person who sits on the Planning Commission also sit on the Zoning Commission. So I'm going to create a vacancy on the Planning Commission until I have the opportunity to speak with my current Zoning Commission commissioner to see if he would be interested in moving over there, and we'll fix that. So for now, we'll just move Angela's van to the Zoning Commission, therefore creating a vacancy on the Planning Commission until I can have a conversation with the gentleman to see if he'd be interested in making the move.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, going back to, do you have any general comments? And I think you said you had something from Vice Mayor Baxter.
Yes. Per Vice Mayor Baxter, I would like to give staff direction to initiate a text amendment to the comprehensive plan to have the initiation of a countywide future land use text amendments be reviewed by the Ag Enhancement Council for an advisory opinion on all amendments that affect the ag industry.
I don't see where they have the authority. Yes. Come on, Patrick.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should actually have the Vice Mayor here for that, and we have a meeting next week?
Yes.
Meeting next week?
Yes, we have a meeting next week.
So this way we can hear her justification.
Can do.
But,
Quick explanation.
quick explanation.
Many items ag-related through the years we have taken to the Ag Enhancement Council, staff initiated, was equestrian waste, floodplain, a lot of points along the way. Understanding is it was an attempt to memorialize the practice, but certainly we'll be here and ready to discuss further next week.
Thank you. Yes,
Patrick?
Commissioner Woodward.
Patrick?
Patrick?
So right now, we do this, but it's optional if it's deemed necessary.
We've got an item, for instance, that you'll be seeing in May on farm worker housing. We're taking that to the Ag Enhancement Council. It's just been our practice when we know items relate to, have an impact on the ag industry, and want to be really clear. County text amendments, not site-specific ones, not text amendments that support a site-specific amendment, for instance, in the Ag Reserve. We haven't done that.
I look forward to the Vice Mayor.
And just to opine on what Patrick said, in terms of her giving direction to staff to initiate staff direction to initiate a text amendment to the comprehensive plan to have the initiation of, this would go in the comp plan, of countywide future land use text amendments to be reviewed by the Ag Enhancement Council for an advisory opinion. So they would then review this if it's to the if it's in the comp plan for future land use for an advisory opinion only. So if they gave an advisory opinion, if they knew about it, it doesn't mean that their opinion would stop or move something forward if it affects the ag industry only.
Don't they have that ability already?
If you read the resolution for the Ag Enhancement Council, it's very broad and does that. It's just coming from the different approach of us bringing something to them. So Ag Enhancement Council function, I think, works. It's what we're bringing to them. And I would, should the board want to initiate and discuss this next week, we'd put something in the comp plan. It would also speak to code items as well for those who were here, landscape services. There were no comp plan changes of any big context that were necessary, but it had an impact.
I don't think this is necessary, but we'll have this conversation next week when the Vice Mayor's here.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Powell?
Yes, I would like permission to do 2 off-site proclamations. One for Belinda C. Smith, who is the pastor-elect for Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. That will be on March 16th. And then another one honoring Aaron Lockhart and Christopher Redding for their outstanding contributions to the music and the community. That will be on March the 29th.
I have a motion and a second. The second was from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that motion carries 5-0 for both of those items. Anything else?
That is it for now. Thank
How
you.
about if we come back to Commissioner Weiss? Okay, Commissioner Flores. Uh-oh.
So I'm requesting an off-site approval for proclamation declaring March 14th, 2025 as the 50th anniversary of Evangelical Bible College and Seminary.
We got a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 5-0.
Awesome. I also have one from, I was cleaning up and I think I lost it. A proclamation for Commissioner Baxter. I may have to come back to that. I do want to acknowledge and thank Todd Von Laren for his leadership in Washington. As we were there last week lobbying, I mentioned this earlier in a meeting. I thought, Todd, you did a magnificent job. I am extremely thankful for the work that you did. I could see how that was like your Super Bowl. Although Carolyn did lay into you a little bit. No, but Todd, seriously, in all honesty, I thought you did great, not only in Washington, but in Tallahassee. We appreciate your leadership and everything that you did. I look forward to continuing to work with you and as we get some of these things across the end line. I do have one statement that I wanted to read. So as we recently learned our county administrator decision to retire, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and express my appreciations, which I did earlier. So for her years of service to our community, this is a significant transition for our county, and it's critical that we approach it in a very thoughtful and with due diligence. Given the importance of this role, I believe it's in the best interest of the commission and residents we serve to allow for a structured and transparent process. This includes considering the appointment of an interim administrator and establishing a well-defined plan for the search and hiring process of our next county administrator. To ensure that all commissioners and stakeholders have an opportunity to weigh in, I propose that we formally add this discussion to our next scheduled meeting. I understand Commissioner Weiss will be presenting some items. This will allow us to deliberate with the appropriate preparation and input necessary for a smooth and effective transition. I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that this process is handled in a way that best serves the future of the county. So I guess all I'm asking is that we add it to the agenda next meeting so that we can discuss the proper process.
How's our next agenda looking these days?
Huh?
How's our next agenda?
When you say the next agenda, are you?
The next meeting.
Well, our next meeting is our workshop next week, and then I know a lot of people are leaving to go to FAC Ledge Day, so if we get too long in the process, we're going to start losing people, so.
First meeting in May.
I defer it to the administration to decide when is the best appropriate time, but I mean, there is a long list that Commissioner Weiss just brought before us today, so I think we should have a time to unpack and then have a discussion. I mean, the future of the county.
I don't disagree. I just don't want us to be rushed, and
I don't either.
And the workshop is already chock-a-block full.
Madam Mayor.
It is, however, Mayor, we could make this our first item. We can modify it and make this our first item so you have time to discuss it, because I do believe we need some direction. I know that we are concerned about it. I'm concerned about it. However, if you if we can lay out a process, especially if we're gonna go outside, I prefer we don't, but if we do, I can give you a layout of what happens if we stay inside and if we go outside. Whatever the board wants to do, but if we're gonna go outside, it's gonna take a little more time. We currently have contracts available that we could potentially use if we wanted to go outside.
Okay, I have a feeling we're going to have a little bit more discussion on this. Commissioner Weiss.
Just a reminding, we have La Quinta on next Tuesday.
Okay, so that's going to be a lot of people from a lot of places. It's going to be, like I said, next Tuesday is going to be a busy day, but if it's okay with the board, we'll put this. Ms. Kaufman.
I just wanted to, if La Quinta is the only thing on the workshop, then we can reschedule workshop items. We do need to address this promptly.
I think, do we have, what's our workshop schedule for next week? How about if we start there?
For the 18th, we've got the John D. And Catherine MacArthur Foundation Safety Challenge with CJC. We have updates on CJC, and then we also have your book, Admin/HR County Efficiency Study. That's the binder that you put together for all the board members.
Okay, so we've now moved La Quinta to next week also?
That's on the, yes.
So that's, and that
That's
would,
one, that's going to be a regular item.
that will be a
on
regular item, and this would be a regular item. So we would do La Quinta and this as our regular items first. So do we want to do La Quinta first, or do we want to do?
La Quinta's going to, yeah, you're going to have busloads of people here.
So let's do this first and then do La Quinta? No, do La Quinta first, and then we will do, well, then we'll take this up.
I will also speak with staff regarding 2 of the workshops to see if it's crucial that it goes in March. Can we move it? Okay, so we will move the John D. MacArthur and the update for CJC. We'll move it to our regular meeting in.
Okay.
In
Then we'll
March,
take La Quinta
in
first,
April.
followed by
Okay.
a continuation of this discussion. Okay. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Just good job, Palm Beach County Days, everyone. Look forward, I'm sure you'll mention the Mayor's Ball. I did get me some boots, so hopefully everybody, I learned what Nash Vegas means, so I'm ready. And I just wanted to thank everyone for today. Oh, you'll be surprised. Thank everyone for today. It's been a rough week and a half or so. It's only been 10 days, but it felt like a lot longer. And I think we handled ourselves very well today. I'm proud of us as a board, proud of us as staff, and look forward to this transition and ready to pass this off to Commissioner Weiss, but I do think we need to discuss some of this tonight. Even we're here, I know there's only 5 of us, but some of this discussion should start tonight.
So I'll do my announcements quickly. So yes, the Mayor's Ball is Saturday. Nash Vegas is really what Nashville calls itself. I'm wearing boots, a hat, and some bling and stuff, whatever. But the bottom line is, whatever we do on Saturday, no matter how we dress, we're raising money for the Homeless Coalition. That's the bottom line of the event. And we are sold out with over 500 people that are supporting the Homeless Coalition on Saturday. So I look forward to everybody everybody who has purchased a ticket. I look forward to seeing you there. And I do want to add that Palm Beach County Family Day, the second day, day 2, at Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches will be held on Friday, March 21st at 6:05, featuring the Florida Marlins and the Washington Nationals. Bring the whole family and make sure to get there early to enjoy team warm-ups, batting practice, and to watch Administrator Berdini Baker and myself throw out the first pitch. And I'm throwing it underhand, and I'm not chipping because I can't chip with broken ribs, but I can throw a ball underhand. But anyway, that's just a public service announcement. Come out and support. So all of those folks in Palm Beach County that want to partake in Palm Beach County Family Day. We look forward to seeing you at Cacti Park on Friday, March 21st. We'll say it again because we have a couple more meetings between now and then, but just a reminder. And I have nothing else that I want to add, so Commissioner Weiss, take it away.
Can I do the facts?
Oh, yes, please. Commissioner Flores.
Commissioner Sachs is requesting to do an off-site proclamation declaring March 21st, 2025 as American Heritage School Stallion Day.
We have a first and a second. Second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that the motion carries 5-0. Okay, Commissioner Weiss, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation recognizing the 10th anniversary of the Bcc Center for Creative Arts Gala.
Second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See that that motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll do this very briefly. I'm requesting that staff come back with, or to have a discussion on an ordinance, county ordinance allowing speed cameras in school zones.
Oh, I like that.
It was something the state had put through last year, and a number of our municipalities have already invoked these ordinances, and I think it would be something good for the safety around our schools.
Okay.
All right, and then last, to bring it back to us, yeah. Let's explain what it is, how it works, and we can decide whether we want to do it. All right, and then in going over, obviously, with our administrator's retirement, I went out and put together a couple drafts of just a transition plan and for, potential how we might handle this, and came up with 2 drafts. I sent them to you. I think they cover a lot of the areas I thought were important, were to make sure that we have community involvement, that it's a transparent and open process, and that we look far and wide for a possible candidate. But again, it's just a draft, and to be perfectly transparent, I used artificial intelligence, gave it a really great prompt, and was able to get this out of 2 different models. And so I have no personal point of authorship in this, so if you want to be critical of it, I take no personal offense, because it was a computer that did this great work for us. So, but I thought it'd be a good starting off point, because it covers a lot of the issues I think we need to go through, and came up with some reasonable timelines to get these things done. So.
And I also actually pulled up quite a few job descriptions of county administrator positions that are online right now through International County Administrators, ICMA, and also Pinellas County has a good description of the job that they just filled. Orange County, California actually has a very, very good job description for county administrator. So I think there's a lot of tools out there to help us with this. It'll be up to the board to decide where we want to go for the interim administrator. And I see that there's qualifications here. I'll just throw out Bob Weissman just because. I think it's easy, and there's no on-the-job training, and he's familiar with the territory, which would be a great interim choice. But again, this is for all of us to decide. The most important thing that we're going to be deciding is who our long-term administrator is. And given the fact that Ms. Baker is going to deliver us a budget before she leaves, I think our interim will be the person just steering the ship, making sure we're going the right direction until we hire our permanent administrator. Greg, these are great guidelines to get started, to start the conversation, and we'll have a much bigger conversation next week, but I think this is great. Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing up Mr. Weissman. I know he was in a number of conversations that I had, and as we haven't been able to have conversations about this until today, I didn't know, has he been contacted? What do we know? Is this something that we as a board would say to talk to him, or next week we'll be discussing interims? Because that's something I think we need to line up pretty quickly, along with the process for finding the permanent solution to this. So is that something that we will be able to do by Tuesday, to have these conversations, and who would be taking the lead on that?
Well, I think on Tuesday, what we'll do as a board is, if we have other suggestions, I know that I have spoken with, all of us had an array of phone calls over the last several days. And I did talk to Mr. Weissman and asked him, would he be interested in just the interim position? He said yes. He has no interest in this as a permanent position. He's been there, done that, has the T-shirt, doesn't need to do it again. But his familiarity with the county and with the staff, as we're transitioning, keeps us afloat. But it is not up to me to decide. I do know that he is interested, and we can bring that back for further discussion on Tuesday.
Thank you.
I see.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
I also
go ahead.
wanted to thank Commissioner Weiss for this. I admit I didn't make it through all 16 pages or so of both documents, but it looks very good, and giving us a week to kind of process some of this, it'll be a good discussion on Tuesday. So thank you.
And I'll go ahead and send the board some of those job descriptions that I was able to pull up. Since we're moving forward with this, let's have as much information as we can, not as little. Okay. Commissioner Weiss, do you want to have anything you want to add to that?
Well, I just think other than, I think I'm good moving forward with that. I think I have, again, I don't have any issue with Mr. Weissman either. I think your assessment, hopefully this will be done relatively quickly, and it is, as you say, really just helping keep us heading in the direction we've already been put in by our current county administrator. So, I am also open to if there's other folks that we may know or somebody else may be aware of, but that seemed reasonable as well, as somebody who knows the county. And
I just see someone in that position who has no interest in being the permanent.
I understand, and I agree with that too. I think that's probably a good
Stipulation for whoever we decide for interim that's all they are. They're not, I think it would be an unfair advantage to them if they, exactly, substitute teacher.
Well, and I think it also, I think what I heard about the last time the county did this, there was a feeling, I think, by the folks at large that they were at an unfair advantage, that really the focus was really on internal candidates. And so by having an interim that's not part of that, I think it makes people feel like this really is a much more open process, that they would be considered, and so hopefully the best quality people would be willing to, because obviously it's a big step when you put your name out there that you're looking for another job. Everybody knows about it, and you've put your current job at risk, and people don't want to do that lightly.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure this is a more broad conversation. It's a more comprehensive conversation that should be held with the full board. Some opinions that have just been expressed may not be the opinions of everyone on the board. Certainly not my opinions. There's a lot of things that have changed over time. So in the essence of looking at this more comprehensively, I would beg that we cease all further conversations until we are here with the full board to discuss our thoughts and opinions on what should happen further, who should we look at for an interim, and let us have the opportunity to all have input. With that being said, I must be out of here by 7 because it is election day.
That's it. Well, that's the last item on our agenda, and I don't have any more comments. I don't believe any other comments are here. So with that, we are adjourned at 6:55.